Hello and welcome everyone to Haiti Tech Summit 2021, the fifth annual edition. I'm so excited to welcome everyone to the fifth year of Haiti Tech Summit. Of course, as you can imagine, we have a dynamic lineup of speakers and partners who are involved with this initiative. I can't tell you how amazing it is to be 5 years later, to be having this dialogue with all of you about the future of Haiti when it comes to tech and entrepreneurship and how we can leverage technology to accelerate Haiti in the future. Of course, I want to give a huge shout out to our team on behalf of the global startup ecosystem. We at the entire GSC family are so excited to bring another edition of Haiti Tech Summit live. As you can imagine, our pillars of ecosystem engagement has always been centered around entrepreneurship, employment, education, and really accelerating growth across emerging markets. People have been shocked to see, like, from one genesis in Haiti in 2017, how we've expanded around the world. Our GSC Summit roadmap has been growing and growing for the past couple of years, and I'm so excited to come back to where we all began, which is with Haiti Tech Summit. Of course, we're going to dive into all the partners, guests, and influencers who will be joining us here later on today and throughout the day for the summit. But I'm so excited to kick off the event with a fireside chat with someone I truly admire. I'm going to introduce him here in the next 30-second countdown. So please be ready, get excited. I'm going to introduce our first speaker for Haiti Tech Summit. Again, I'm going to be having a nice chat with him to dialogue, especially he's been not only a supporter of our work in Haiti, but also as the GSC family. Personally, he's been a champion of a lot of my endeavors. So I'm looking forward to kicking off the session with a fireside chat with the one and only Mike Romoff. Let's get the 30-second countdown up and running. Hello, Mike.
Hi there.
Gentlemen, let's give a warm welcome to Mike Romoff, Vice President of Global Channel Sales at Google. Welcome. Obviously, you need no introduction, but how are you, Mike?
Oh my goodness. I am so happy to be here, although I wish I was physically with you and with everybody. I'm happy for the opportunity to speak today, but I'm looking forward to when we can do this in person.
Absolutely. I mean, you've seen so many videos, photos of the Haiti Tech Summit experience. People always say it's probably one of the more inspiring programs of our entire network. And obviously, as someone who's Haitian, it's very dear to my heart, of course.
Yeah. Well, listen, you and I have been working together on a whole bunch of stuff for years. So I'm excited to have a little bit of time to spend with you and actually to see you. If it's got to be as a fireside chat in front of hundreds of people, fine by me.
Exactly. And of course, hopefully post-pandemic, we catch up in person for sure. So I'll kick off with, first and foremost, I know I got 3 questions to engage with you for this chat, and I know it's going to go by very quickly, but I love just how you champion diversity, impact, technology. You've always been a champion of many of these causes, especially during this critical juncture. And I would feel like in our society right now, I want to first take a step back and let you introduce yourself and how you show up in this world, because you really bring positive energy anywhere you go. So let's hear about you, Mike.
Thank you, Christine. Well, I think first off, it all starts from a personal place, and my personal beliefs and, I would say even my spiritual beliefs are around how I can support as many people as possible, right, in this lifetime. And if you come from that as a centered intention, a lot of decisions actually become a lot easier to make, right? If I've already decided that my purpose and the thing that I'm really striving for is to think about how I can scale my own impact in the world, that becomes a very foundational way of thinking about everything else that we do. So I was just chatting with a friend of mine, letting her know that you and I are going to talk. And one of the reasons why I've been so excited to do all the work that you and I have done together is, I mean, Christine, you and Einstein and the team, I mean, you guys are doing it. You guys are out in the world making a real difference. And so to the extent that I can use whatever resources I have access to help you guys do what you're doing, that's a huge win for me. So, I think our interests are very aligned in thinking about how we can, bring more opportunity and really just bring more support to the world overall.
No, I appreciate that. And I think like that's where we will begin this conversation, because as you said, you've supported many of our work. You've seen the work that we do. I mean, of course, I feel like a lot of people like to talk about making the world a better place, but it takes action and it takes activity, right? And I will start with the first question, which is, with your role in supporting tech, as you always have done, Mike, that makes an impact. You have consistently championed diversity. Where do you see impact and technology taking place? I mean, your title doesn't represent the work that you do. I'll say it that way, plain and simple. How do you see yourself doing this in the future right now?
Yeah, I think, the world keeps giving me a bigger and bigger platform in order to do this work, right? And so much of, today's world is about technology, right? And the way that we interact, the way that we actually do business, the way that we amplify what's happening is through technology. And so the more senior and successful I can be within the world of technology, it gives me a platform to do broader things with you and to help the world. I think at the highest level, there's a personal interest that I have, but I'm also a business person, right? So, I've got an MBA, I've, had a long business career. And if I think about the world, if you think about the world as a business, right? And you think about the messiness and the lack of collaboration and the waste and the inequity and all of those things, if the world was a business, it would be going out of business. And if you think about what would be the way an efficient operation would run, and you think about that on a global scale, you start to think about the things that we can improve. And a big piece of that is human capital, right? Is people. And technology exists, but technology exists to help and empower people. It doesn't exist in and of itself. And so how can we use technology to unlock the potential of human capital that's being underinvested in? Yeah. And people frame this as a moral issue, right? That for the good of humanity, we need to, do work in emerging markets and support. And listen, I 100% agree with that. But, from my macroeconomics guy hat, I look at how can we actually unlock the most productivity in the world. And the more productivity we have, the more output we have, the more output we have, the more there is to bring everybody up to a standard of living, to help people fulfill their potential. And I think, if I'm honest, looking at the state of the world right now, we're not doing a great job. We're doing an okay job in pockets. And I think technology has the ability to impact people at a scale that is really unprecedented. And so thinking about how do you help use technology to unlock the potential of human beings around the world, that is something that makes a lot of sense to me from a human perspective. But as a rational business person, it's where there's so much opportunity. And in the places that are the most underinvested, in some ways, that's where there's the most opportunity to make a difference through that kind of support. So, that's what I get passionate about. And that's why I get so excited about the work that you guys do.
There's so much packed in that response. Just starting with what you said, if the world was run as a business, we would pretty much be going out of business. And so there's that practical hat where there's the obvious case studies where we're showing people traction, doing this is not just, like you said, good for humanity. It's also good for prosperity, productivity, just in terms of generational progress as a society. There's actual conscious decisions why we should be making these action steps through technology. Yeah. But I want to dive a little bit more into the second half, which you said, the power of technology. And I know when I first started Haiti Tech Summit, the genesis of what GSC is today, a lot of people thought that technology was just about computers, IT, infrastructure. And I was trying to not only change the narrative of Haiti as a country, but change the narrative around how we talk about technology and how we leverage technology. And you've been, obviously, your career in the tech space has been so powerful. I want you to elaborate a little bit more on how you see technology impacting what you just said, these underserved communities. I think people need to hear that message a little bit louder.
Absolutely. If you think about where we are now versus even 10 or 15 years ago, the world is so much more shrunken down, and the connectivity that we have, I mean, you and I are chatting and we could be literally anywhere in the world, and we do it all day, every day. So, for most of human history, where you were in the world governed a whole lot of what you were able to do. Yeah. And if you happen to be in the wrong place, there wasn't a lot you could do to get out of it. I think that's completely changed. Everyone can get on a Zoom call, for the most part, right? Almost every place that has, connectivity and internet access, you can get access to information that, for most of the time of history was highly concentrated in, very small, individual places. And so as a democratizing force, technology in general is bringing the world closer together. But there are gaps, right? So access to even the basic building blocks of actual pieces of technology, the computer, the phone, whatever that is, the connectivity, the way to get online, and then the knowledge and the skills to actually know what to do with it. And I think, human ingenuity will solve most of the what to do with it. And so the baseline investment in helping people get access, right? Helping people be able to connect with each other and also get access to enough information that they can make their own leaps and innovation. And, I think that's what happens. There's also a force in opening up opportunity, right? I'm at Google now. I was at LinkedIn for a long time. LinkedIn's mission was really about thinking about, professionals and how to bring opportunity across the world. Google's mission about information and making it accessible and useful to people around the world. Taken together, it's how can every person have opportunity to support themselves to a baseline of standard of living that gives you the freedom to start to think about what else you want to do. In your hierarchy of needs, if you're worried about, your well-being, if you're worried about getting enough food, your family, your safety, it's hard to think about innovation and, more of your self-actualization. If we can actually bring enough opportunity, and again, this is not a plug for you guys, but it's the reason why I'm so excited about working with you, is being in these markets where people have a lot of energy, intelligence, enthusiasm, and with some support, training, access, you can have such a big impact to help people get to a place where there's enough room to start to think about doing things bigger. And that's entrepreneurship that leads to innovation, and bringing it back to the notion of human capital. How many great ideas are out in the world, but not nurtured because you don't have the time, or you don't have the safety, physical or psychologically. So I think, the scale of opportunity is new. The connectivity and communication is new. And I think there's also a role for companies themselves, right? And we're seeing as, the tech industry just becomes industry. There are roles, and especially for the good actors in the space, understanding that responsibility and really making massive investments to help foster better standards of living and better opportunity across the world.
And your relevance when you bring up Maslow's hierarchy of needs, I think is so pertinent right now, especially not only globally are we all going through our societal challenges because of this pandemic, more specifically to Haiti, you just said it. How can we talk about tech, innovation, entrepreneurship at a grand scale when basic, connectivity or just basic livelihood is not being met? I mean, right now we're having this dialogue off the back of the fact that, our head of state is no longer in place in the country. And this leads me to my next question to you, and probably going towards our final question. How do I inspire people about what's next when there's so many challenges? And for me personally, I'll start by answering the question myself.
Yeah.
I believe in consistency, which is why we continuously do this program every single year and bring innovators together towards this shared vision and mission. Second, I believe in the power of time, right? I remember when I initially started Haiti Tech Summit, I said, I'm committed at least 13 years at minimum to this dialogue. I think too many people rush progress, right? And the last thing is, I really believe in the power of culture. Where there's challenges, there's a lot of opportunity. And so going back to your statement around, if psychologically and physically we're not at the right place that we need to just have basic needs met, how do we rally a nation like Haiti and emerging markets around the world to see opportunity in those challenges, even though you need to protect yourself in that process? How do we see opportunities amongst this ecosystem that exists today?
Yeah. I mean, listen, that's a challenging question. If it was an easy answer, I think it would be easy, right?
Yeah.
I think it's the coordinated, concerted efforts of many people over a long period of time. I think the first piece of it, though, is the will and the desire to see that change happen. I think for me, if I zoom out, to the world, there's a lot of, I don't want to say selfishness, but maybe thinking very, very much about personal stuff. And up to a certain point, totally makes sense, right? You need to get to that level to be able to do that. But really understanding that we have an opportunity and an obligation to, to help the people who are in the world to get to a place where, they can do more. And again, for me, it's these two tracks, like from a, spiritual, moral, human level. How could you not want to help? And there are plenty of people who don't. I just personally don't understand it, but there's that track. But there's also the economic and the potential piece. I think of all of the places in the world where people can't actually fulfill their potential. We're not giving, the world is not giving them the opportunity to fulfill their potential. It's a waste of resource that will never come back. Multiply that times the billions of people who find themselves in that state. We have a lot of problems across the whole world. Well, you've got billions of people who are super motivated, smart, entrepreneurial, who would gladly step in to solve some of these challenges. And I think what needs to happen is the intermediaries, right? And it's, how do you provide access to resources and capital? How do you provide access to technology and information? How do you scale out the opportunities that people can have? I think, your question about inspiration, I think it's demonstrating, and at the risk of embarrassing you on your own call, it's people like you who are leading from the front and saying, hey, someone who I could relate to is out there doing it and making a huge difference. There's actually nothing that's preventing me from doing that. And that is the inspirational piece. So I think it's ironic you're asking me about inspiration. You're the one who's the expert, and actually doing it. I think there's no other way to do it than demonstrating that's possible.
Thank you so much for that. And part of the reason why I even asked you that is because I want more people just amplifying, right? I mean, I think, I always tell people, I'm not an athlete, so I can't, rally Haiti through sports. I'm not an artist, so I can't rally Haiti through through singing, right? But I'm a galvanizer. right? And so I know how to bring the right stakeholders together in a room and say, okay, here's the platform. Let's go on, go forth, and also initiate and inspire people to accelerate that change. And so I think to your point about, people being conscious about their own personal endeavors and matching that with the social consciousness of what we need as a society, that balance, I kind of feel personally is imbalance in the world.
Yeah.
Especially during this pandemic, I've seen a lot of anxiety around people trying to balance their personal career and life journeys with how do we make an impact on the world around us and live a legacy that's bigger than us. And so that's something that, every time I show people what's happening in Haiti and the potential, I'm always showing case studies of what's happening across the country, and that, sometimes big impact happens in small steps. And with that said, I'll end by asking you one final question to close out here, and really just asking you your vision, right? Where do you see yourself in continuing to champion change? And when I see companies like Google, Google is one of the companies I brought back to Haiti through the Haiti Tech Summit, along with many countless other Fortune 500 corporate companies into the country. How do you see your vision champion impact and diversity? And how can we, tap into that as a country, as a community, as a society?
I'll give you a couple answers to that. Companies, especially the good actors, and I think there are a good number who are in that space, really want to do the right thing, and may have no idea how to do it. Yeah. So, being an intermediary, like what you guys are doing and coming into these markets, talking to the stakeholders, and then brokering that back to, tech companies, but just, bigger companies and actors in general, to say, hey, I know you want to work on this. This is the way. This is how you can get involved. Here's a bunch of resources you can tap into. And, when I think about the expansive vision of it, it's how do you tap into the people that are all around the world who have a huge amount of potential, given the support and resource, that can then come in and connect and work on and solve lots of problems that, we're faced with, right? The resources are all there. It's just we have not connected people and opportunity and resource together in a way that lets it all thrive. I think we're beginning that process. And my hope is that people understand that by connecting to things that are bigger than themselves, the way you were talking about it, you get a lot of energy because you are holding up lots of people, and it's not letting yourself down, or it's not your own thing. It's lifting up and empowering so many people. Really gives a lot of energy and motivation. And I think if people understood that the way I've seen it, the way I know you see it, there'd be a lot of motivation to do this work really broadly. So that's my hope.
Well, with that, Mike, as always, a pleasure. I know we have these dialogues on a regular basis offline, but it was always powerful to have that conversation come on the mainstream with this community. Thank you so much for being a part of this vision and your contributions. It's always a pleasure to have you.
Yeah, thank you. And really, I look forward to getting together in person.
Sounds like a plan, Mike. See you soon.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Our first kickoff session for Haiti Tech Summit 2021, Fireside Chat with the one and only Mike Romoff, Vice President, Global Channel Sales at Google. And of course, my excitement in kicking off this year's edition with Mike is really to amplify the message around how we could generate impact, not only in places like Haiti, but the people that's connected to this country, right? I think this has been a challenging year for many. And I think, again, with challenges, there's always opportunity, but there's also one shred of hope to keep going. And I challenge not only the audience that's with us today, joining from all over Haiti, from all around the diaspora and around the world, but also a call to action. I love what you said. And, when we could see regular people, everyday people like me, anyone who's speaking on the platform today, making real change, at that point, what are you waiting for? right? And so with that, I'm so excited to kick off today's session with, with this fireside chat. I'm looking forward to welcoming the next session, which is a veteran lineup of speakers and partners who've been a part of the Haiti Tech Summit vision. Coming up next on the other side of our keynote remarks, if you guys remember this moment, this clip, when Jack Dorsey came to Haiti Tech Summit in Haiti in 2018.
A lot of entrepreneurs I meet outside the United States have this notion that in order to succeed, they have to move to the United States, they have to move to Silicon Valley. Even in the United States, people in New York think they have to move to Silicon Valley and San Francisco to build a successful company, and it's just not true. If you become dependent upon that idea of the only way I'm going to be successful is to actually move my location, it really takes away the potential of serving the market in a unique and differentiated way.
So I wanted to give you a throwback clip to that moment. Of course, you'll be seeing highlights and throwbacks through many parts of the Haiti Tech Summit journey, because we've been here for 5 years, everyone. So we're still chugging away and pushing. And I think that, despite the challenges, despite the journey, we're pushing, and we're pushing hard because we believe in this mission. And I'm grateful to the people who've been a part of this vision over the past couple of years. It has not been easy. And just wanted to, kick off as we wait for our speakers to get ready to join us for the next panel session that will be kicking off and moderated by the one and only, my best friend and partner in crime, Daphne Charles, and the panelists that she'll be inviting. I wanted to, revert back to the theme of this year's summit, which is what's next, galvanizing the diaspora for a new Haiti. Because I think this is not a time for us to, just talk about technology and the influence of technology, but the people that spearhead the influence and the power of technology. And so I'm so excited to, kick off this theme. I know a lot of my diaspora influencers from across Haiti and across the world are listening and tuning in right now and are inspired. When we first kicked off Haiti Tech Summit in 2017, it was literally a astounding success from any logistical standard. I mean, of course, with the 100 speakers flying in, the thousands of guests that was a part of it, the media mentions from around the world, we kind of came out like a renegade when we kicked off Haiti Tech Summit. But underlying the success of, the people that we brought together and I would say the statistics that people like to quote about Haiti Tech Summit, I always try to take people back to the very basic, the vision of Haiti Tech Summit and what we're trying to bring in together the investors, the entrepreneurs, the celebrities, the politicians, the business mogul, the up and coming entrepreneurs, the stakeholders that drive a nation, and how we could come together and leverage technology as a tool. It's not the solution, it's the tool for us to amplify the work that, people in the diaspora and across Haiti are doing each and every day. Of course, I'm proud of, the vision and the direction that we've gone, all the key partners that have made this a reality over the past couple of years, from 2017, the first annual edition, to where we are today for 2021. The numbers don't lie, right? And I think, a huge thank you to the 2021 partners who have made Haiti Tech Summit accessible to the global audience today for free, to catch up and really engage with the pioneers on this session. And of course, a huge shout out to one of our lead partners who you'll be hearing from later on today when it comes to rallying diaspora support. And finally, a huge, thank you to our VIP spotlight, who, as Haiti Tech Summit this year has been for free and accessible to all, but we always have patrons, both sponsors and partners, exhibitors, and VIP guests who make this program accessible. And so with that said, I hope that you guys are excited for this session. We know we're pumped about this edition of Haiti Tech Summit. We're going to be welcoming a dynamic lineup of speakers from across, the ecosystem. And we kicked off today already with headline speaker Mike Romoff. Later on today, you'll be hearing from headline speaker Makwesi Babio, Director of Diaspora Affairs from the Office of the President of Ghana. And of course, we'll be kicking off a very action-packed panel of sessions. So with that said, I do want to now transition to introduce the first panel of today. So let's get the 30-second countdown so we can welcome our invited guests. right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I do want to kick off Haiti Tech Summit 2021 with the first panel, and I could not do it without these guests who have been a part of the vision. They have amplified Haiti Tech Summit, sponsored Haiti Tech Summit, spoke at Haiti Tech Summit. I mean, anything you can imagine, they have done. They've also inspired the vision of Haiti Tech Summit when things get tough. So kicking off the first panel, reflections, thoughts, and insights from alumni, speakers, and partners of Haiti Tech Summit's 5-year history. There's no better person to kick off this panel than Daphne Charles, who you guys all know is a champion of Haiti. She is probably the best representation of the beauty of the country. Her spirit needs no introduction. Daphne, I pass it over to you to kick off this conversation. Always a pleasure to see your beautiful face. I pass it over to you, my dear.
Thank you, Christine. Hello, everybody. Bonsoir, tout le monde. Comment nous y est?
Bonsoir, nous là.
Good. I'm so happy, guys. I'm so happy to be with you all. All of you who are joining on online or virtually to the StreamYard or on social media. Thank you so much for coming for the 5th edition of the Haiti Tech Summit. And I'm so glad to be able to kick off today's session with this panel with my 2 friends, Skylar. Thank you, Skylar, for coming. Welcome to this panel. And my other friend that I've met when I was kicking off Haiti Tech Summit for the first time in 2017, Patrice Bayo. Come on, yes. So happy to have you guys. I'll leave you a few seconds to say hello to our audience.
Go ahead, Skylar.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Daphne, so great to be on this panel with you, and really grateful to everybody at the Haiti Tech Summit, specifically, Einstein and Christine for just inviting me on here and doing what you guys do and inspiring a whole community, entire ecosystem of people who are really passionate about Haiti and tech.
Awesome. Patrice, how are you?
So hello, everybody. I'm fine. Thank you, Daphne. Thanks for asking. Hi, Skylar. How you doing? Christine, what's up? Just love the entire movement. This Haiti Tech Summit has been a real eye-opener for me and my experience as a person in the field. And I just miss it, man. Jeez, I miss the in-person event in Haiti. How great that opportunity, that networking opportunity, the exchanges, and just the overall experience. And I really like the way you guys are so driven and so relentless into keeping the promise of that 12-year initiative. So yeah, here we are. Now we're becoming more and more virtual. And there's a lot to discuss. There's a lot happening in the world now with this metaverse, this cryptocurrency, NFT. Now, we're just starting to see the shape of all this digital transition. And it's becoming now it's more evident of this this movement to continue. And so we can better educate ourselves and, put Haiti on the map and create our own metaverse out of all this, possibly, hopefully.
Exactly. When it comes to technology, that I feel like when we started this movement in 2017, people didn't really get it. But I feel like maybe these in-person events were preparing us for these virtual events, because we were talking about tech, about using tech platform, and people kept saying Haiti is not ready. But last year, when COVID hit, COVID didn't wait for us to be ready. We just have to be ready and adapt ourselves. And I'm really glad of this team, of what we have accomplished together, and also the consistency. And that's what you guys represent for me, consistency. Particularly, I'm Bayard. I remember like the first time, we were the first sponsor to come here and say, guys, I'm in. And Skylar, I think since you heard of the Haiti Tech Summit, you just keep supporting this movement. Well, but maybe not everybody knows you as well as I do. So I will leave you a little bit of time to just introduce yourself to some people who might probably have not seen you, or maybe are seeing you for the first time. Just introduce yourself a little bit and then tell us, what did you think when you the first time about the Haiti Tech Summit, and when did you attend the Haiti Tech Summit?
Yeah. Do you want me to start? You want me to go?
Yeah, please, Skylar.
Great. So yeah, I'm Skylar Badnock. I'm the Chief Executive Officer at Hope for Haiti, and I've been working and learning in Haiti for a long time. I started going to Haiti in 2004. My first time in Haiti was January 2004. For any of you who were there during that time, you know it's kind of a tumultuous time, but I learned a lot. And in 2006, I started on with an organization that was building schools in the South called Build On, and we've subsequently built, I think, almost about 150 schools in rural communities in the South. And then 5 years ago, I joined on as Hope for Haiti's CEO. And we are just so fortunate at Hope for Haiti to have an incredible team of doctors and nurses and educators and amazing logisticians in Haiti. Right now, we have currently about 150 staff in the South who are implementing our mission. Obviously, right now, we're responding to the earthquake that happened, and we're trying to help families restore livelihoods. And for me, it's professional, but it's also personal. You know, over the years, I've developed a lot of relationships, and friendships, and learned to appreciate the culture. And through those friendships, I've just grown to really admire the country and the people of Haiti. So I'm so fortunate to be a part of this organization, part of something bigger than myself. And I feel the same way about the Haiti Tech Summit. You know, when I first learned about it, Hope for Haiti we were working on investing a fund that was really supporting through grants and loans Haitian businesses and entrepreneurs that we believed in. And some of them were tech entrepreneurs, but really it was this fund that we were out to prove to people that we can invest in Haitian businesses, no matter what the climate is, and lift up the economic ecosystem, specifically in the South. And we've collaborated with a lot of amazing people, and we learned about the Haiti Tech Summit. So in 2009, I got to go and be part of that in person. And I think if you all remember that was kind of around the first time that Paylock sort of things started to get really heated. And there was this big question about whether or not we were all going to go, and if we were going to be able to do it. And we've been through some things in Haiti. I was in the earthquake in 2010, and we'd seen some difficult times. And so you kind of have to have that resolve. And I remember calling up Christine and Einstein, and I was like, "Hey, are we going to do this thing?" And they're like, "Of course we're going to do it. Of course we're going to do it." And I was like, I'm with the right crowd of people. And that was what really inspired me. I still get goosebumps to this day thinking about that call, because here we are 5 years into this, at the Haiti Tech Summit. And that's one of the things that inspires me personally the most, is that there's no quit in the Haiti Tech Summit. And there's a vision, and it's about that vision, but it's also about the people, right? Like the same type of people who are diverse in their thinking, or who are incredibly talented and committed. That to me is inspiring. And anytime personally I can be in a space like that, sign me up. So
awesome. Great.
Yeah.
That's the spirit that we like, Skylar.
Well, I've learned so much just being part of it. And it's also shaped, and I know we're going to talk about this in a little bit, but it's shaped a lot of the ways we've thought about technology at Hope for Haiti, and invested in technology after being at the Haiti Tech Summit. So we will dig into that a little bit later. Patrice, I don't think we need any introduction, but please tell people what you're doing, and then also share with us that moment where we were in your office in 2017, if you remember it.
Wow. So we have so many memories. I mean, why would you pick one? You would have to refresh my memory on that. But I know we've shared quite a bit, even through your organization, actually, and help. We've shared quite a bit in that. That's been an eye opener to see how much qualified people that we have in the country, and how driven they are to succeed, and just being around this opportunity. It creates so much dynamics, so much synergies, and so many new ideas that come out of this experience. And 2017 for me, I remember that was the time that we were starting, and I've never met Christine in my life, and that was the first time I met you as well. And it was just like, yeah, a 12-year initiative. That seems, I remember telling Christine, Christine, Haiti, it's going to be a lot of bumps on the road. I mean, there are going to be some years we're not going to be able to do Haiti Tech Summit. I remember telling her that. She was, whatever it is, we're going to push on through. So I got to learn who Christine was very quick. And she surrounded herself with people like you, Daphne, and people like Makale and crazy people like me, and who said, you know what, we're going to push on through, and we're going to find these sponsors. We're gonna get on the radio, and I kind of forced Christine onto some people. So yeah, great times getting this shuttle off the ground, and we've just been seeing the evolution of it according to the times, and nothing has been planned, and it represents exactly what's going on in the world. It's kind of a mirror image that we're going from physical to digital. We're going through hardships. We have pay luck, but then again, there's Corona. So we have local and global issues going on at the same time. And, we're just using technology, and we're leveraging technology. And that's what it's been all about since the beginning. Get on the bandwagon, get on these tools, apply it to your everyday life, apply, get it to be part of your culture. And that's what this whole promotion has been around. We cannot miss this era. Haiti has missed the industrial era, and we've missed the television era, and now with the technology era, it's a whole new world, I would have to say.
Exactly.
So it does the most important to this initiative is that it keeps going, it keeps happening, it keeps integrating society, Haitian society in and out, whether you're in Haiti or outside of Haiti. So yeah.
So well said, Patrice. And then for the record, I want to say, Patrice with Access IT was our first sponsor ever in Haiti that says we're going to put money into this and make this happen. And I think, Patrice, when we were in your office and you made that commitment, that's when we really believed that it could happen.
And one of the things that this taught me, from my experience with Haiti Tech Summit, it really opened my eyes to whatever was trending. Whenever there was something new coming, all of a sudden I had my finger has been on the pulse ever since. Makale can tell you this. He points it out to me all the time. He's like, how do you do this? You're always in the right place at the right time to put the brand with a movement. And I've done it with him multiple times, even when he didn't even know what he was doing was a thing. He just did one thing, and I'm like, Makale, I want to sponsor this. He's like, sponsor what? I'm like, you see this thing that you just did right there? This has to keep going. And then I think that was executive talk.
Yeah.
Like, what? You want to be a sponsor? That was just a thing. We just had a meeting. Like, yeah, but it's good.
Exactly. That's the spirit. And then, we need that kind of craziness of people that can believe in movement, in the young people as well, so that we can have initiatives like that Haiti actually really needs to keep going. But let's go deeper into the conversation. And I would like to ask that question to Skylar, because one of the main objectives of the Haiti Tech Summit is to change the narrative about Haiti. Did your point of view kind of change? You've been in Haiti. You've been doing a lot of great work. I know Hope for Haiti very well. But did the Haiti Tech Summit kind of shape better your point of view of Haiti?
It did. I mean, it totally changed my mindset. When I came to the Haiti Tech Summit, Hope for Haiti was really focused on poverty alleviation, sustainable development in rural communities. But we weren't really thinking as deeply about how tech can play a role in the work that we do. And so it totally changed it. I just want to talk about three things that I can say happened exactly after we attended. Our team, I wasn't just me. I think we had like 7 of our team members come to the Haiti Tech Summit, so they can experience the amazingness of it. But the first was when we we're on stage there. We committed to establishing more than 20 computer labs in the South, and that was just inspired by people who we were talking to, and we did that. And when I say we, I say what I mean by that is my colleagues were crisscrossing the countryside, figuring out how to get computers and establish computer labs in sometimes some of the most remote places in the country. Like one of the schools that they did is called Marquoff. They had to hike solar panels and computers and everything up a mountain 3 hours to get to this place. But they were driven by it, and we had the right people on our team who were totally inspired by tech and specifically helping people access computers. The second thing that we did is we're really not too heavily, but we're focusing on how blockchain technology and cryptocurrency can play a role in our work. And we just this year established a partnership with Emerging Impacts and the Silo Foundation, a cryptocurrency company. We're going to be doing, I think, one of Haiti's first ever cryptocurrency cryptocurrency-backed cash transfer programs for mothers. About 150 mothers in the program who are in our nutrition program, who are receiving crypto cash transfers, and then they'll be able to go out to specific vendors and buy things that are important to the nutrition of their family. It's a pilot program. We're really excited about it, but we knew that exactly what Patrice is saying. Like, this is a technological revolution. There are things that are happening right now in the world that we don't want our friends in Haiti to miss. And so that's why we're investing in it. And then, the third thing, and this is embedded in my soul, that it's not just about coming up with a plan, but it's about the people, right? Like, we can all have great plans, but it's only as good as the people who implement it. And so we thought deeply about how do we invest in it and train and even provide professional development for our colleagues in Haiti. And we're so fortunate to have people on our team who are committed to technology or passionate about technology. We're doing a Salesforce migration, kind of some, technical stuff for nonprofits, but we're migrating to a new database. And we were trying to figure out where to hire this person. Like, is it going to be San Francisco or maybe DC or Florida where we have an office? It's based in Port-au-Prince. The position's based in Port-au-Prince. We found somebody who's amazing, who knows Salesforce, who's passionate about computers. I could tell his story later if I have a chance. It really moved me when I heard his story, and that to me is those are the 3 things that really. Oh my God. And there's a lot more, by the way, but the Haiti Tech Summit really inspired us to look at this differently and change a little bit about what we're doing and how we're doing it.
That's great. And all these initiatives, that's exactly what is it about. If we can bring Haiti Tech Summit, galvanize people to talk about technology, and they do nothing about it, it's wasted. But when people like you can start initiatives like that, that's the full meaning of what we're doing. And thank you so much for sharing that, Skylar.
And one last thing, I wanted to mention one last thing, and that's the person who we hired in Port-au-Prince. He needed a place to work, so I know part of his job, he's working at Banj. So isn't that a cool like 360? Like, he's putting up at Banj sometimes when he needs a place to work. So sorry to interrupt you, but I wanted to throw that in there.
That's great. It's really
we love
good.
Banj.
Exactly. That's really good. But Patrice, well, you've been with us since the beginning. You've got a lot of experience. You've met so many people. What would you say is your biggest insight or biggest takeaway from the Haiti Tech Summit so far?
Well, the biggest takeaway is the real drive behind it all, the real interest, the motivation. I mean, I'm looking at a Dev Expo happening, and the amount of developers that have registered for it. It's a packed house, over 1,000 people that are joining that conference. It's amazing. I mean, I remember when this thing was starting out, there was maybe 70 developers in the country at the time. So 4 or 5 years later, now you have over 1,000. It's just to show you that people are very into it, and it's really galvanized the sector. It really promoted the sector. the entire ecosystem, participating in it and, observing it. So I think overall, it's been a good collaboration around Haiti Tech Summit and around all the partners that have participated in it to really get people's eyes on that sector. And I'm looking at the central bank who just laid out an entire new policy on fintech, and that falls in perfectly because that's also one sector that Access Haiti has been researching for the past few years, and now we're getting closer to actually putting a project out on the market. And so, I mean, those are things that you wouldn't think of that telecoms would get onto it maybe 5-10 years ago. That also how it impacted Access Haiti again is us having to expand our network into remote locations which we had no intention of going into, because of either some people that I met at Haiti Tech Summit, they're like, can you come and please put internet for us in this little locality of 8,000 people? 8,000 people, that's not a market for us. I mean, I leave those markets for my competitors, the mobile market guys. But but then I had to go in because either some NGOs went in or a bank went in. Or I drove the banks into these localities as well. That has happened with me with some of the local banks, where when they found that.
Okay, it seems that Patrice is freezing. Hopefully, it can come back. But let me continue and search you a question, Skylar. You're a senior. I think I can tell you that. And you've met many entrepreneurs. You've worked with startup owners. What else do you think Haitians need to do to fully take advantage of tech solutions to solve some of Haiti's problems?
Yeah, I always think about it as three things, and there's obviously a lot more, but the first is I think a lot of entrepreneurs need access to financing. The ideas are there, the passion's there, but the financing needs to be there so that they can go out and act on their vision and act on their dreams. And then I think the second thing is education and training, and that's why I think Banj is such an important part of this whole ecosystem. And in organizations or companies like Banj, that are out there training entrepreneurs so that they can be better. That's a hugely important piece. And then I think the other one is mentorship. And mentorship is more than just education. It's more than just training, but it's really people who've been there and done that, and who can help people along the way and help people navigate some of the challenges that they're inevitably going to face as entrepreneurs. I've had mentors. We've all had people who have mentored us, and I think that the more we can get mentorship integrated into the development of entrepreneurs, the better off the ecosystem will be. And I'm just a big believer of that.
Yeah, that's very great insights. Very good insights. Patrice, I know we lost you for a minute. I will let you wrap up what you were saying, and maybe if there's one thing that you would like to add as an advice to what else the Haitian can do to fully take advantage of tech solutions to solve Haiti's problems.
I think the mindset is what's important right now, because there's a lot going on, and people have to position themselves within themselves. So it has to come from within whatever approach that they want to succeed in, and not. And I think that's a cultural thing, and I believe right now the miseducation of the Haitian is really has historically put us in a vulnerable position. So I can say that Haiti Tech Summit has really put me on a platform where I've been mentoring hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Haitians, I'm not gonna say Haitians, of my brothers and sisters, around the country, and really helping them position themselves as far as coming from the raw perspective of what it is to be a human being. And a human being is an entrepreneur at its core. And once you understand yourself, and once you are able to really discover who you are, then you want to express that through as best as possible through the technology that's available. But it's that expression of self that you want to channel through technology in order to really become successful, and not tries to stay away from, oh, I see so and so doing something, I'm just going to copy what he's doing because he's a success. No, that doesn't work. What works is what comes from within, that you can project onto the market, onto the network, onto the space, and really stand behind it, put in the time, put in the work, without counting how much time you spend on it. So
Exactly.
once that commitment is there, it's a commitment to yourself, and that's where your road to success begins.
I'm gonna snap to that. It's so well said. So well said, Patrick. So well said, and that was so deep as well. I know now that we need to wrap up our panel, but this is the 5th edition, and I wanna wish happy 5th to all of you who have been attending consistently to all the 5 editions of the Haiti Tech Summit. But if someone has never participated in any edition of the Haiti Tech Summit, what is your message to them in 30 seconds each? Skylar?
I would say attend the Haiti Summit, be part of the community, commit to the long term, because you'll both be inspired, and you'll be among a community of people who never give up.
Great. I hope you guys are taking notes. Patrice, what's your message?
The basic thing is, don't miss out on such a great opportunity, where the Haiti Tech Summit brings a huge opportunity, where the local interface connects to the international interface. So leveraging that opportunity is priceless. I mean, that opportunity on in itself, when you have all these international partners, from Google to, MasterCard has participated. You look at all these huge international partners and in the developers that come in with projects, and they come and interface with the Haitian community, and there's a huge upside to the opportunity, and it's coming in with that understanding that we can better channel the opportunities. So it's about being part of that interface, being part of that movement, and expanding from that, because it's a real pillar right now in our culture, the Haiti Tech Summit. So every year, join in or miss out.
Exactly. Be there or be square. Well, it's been such a pleasure, guys. Thank you so much for joining me for this panel. Thank you, Skylar. Thank you, Patrice. Thank you for your engagement to Haiti. Thank you for what you're doing, and thank you for the continuous collaboration with the Haiti Tech Summit. We are really proud to have you as partners, and we hope to have you for all 13 editions of the Haiti Tech Summit. Thank you so much, guys, and thank you for all of you for joining us online for this session. Christine, passing it back to you.
Thank you, Daphne.
Bye. No, thank you so much. I was getting emotional. I want to echo what Daphne said. Thank you so much, because it is a long haul game, and we are pushing. And Haiti Tech Summit is not me. It's not, just the summit. It's everyone who's contributing to their vision in their own way. And I can't thank you guys enough for being a part of it from the very beginning. Thank you so much. Daphne, merci en pile.
Thank you, Christine. Bye, Daphne. Bye, Skylar.
Bye, everyone. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. The first kickoff panel, reflections, thoughts, and insights from alumni speakers and partners of Haiti Tech Summit's 5-year history. It was a lot, hearing their feedback, it's always tough. Right. And I tell to some people, when you look at Haiti Tech Summit every single year, there's always another challenge that we're trying to overcome. It was always a pleasure to see people still contribute to the vision. And of course, I think probably the most inspiring message is that we can do something every single year. Just keeping that consistency and keeping that commitment is what Haiti needs. So with that said, thank you so much to the panelists. Thank you so much, Daphne, for moderating this dialogue. I'm looking forward to now transitioning to our next keynote speaker for the session. You guys know who this person is. He needs no introduction. I'm going to do the 30-second countdown and do a formal introduction of this amazing speaker and contributor to the Haiti Tech Summit vision. We could not have hosted this 5th edition without making sure that we make a profound mention of the one and only Ryan Folen. Let's get started on the 30-second countdown. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm, crazy round of virtual applause to the one and only Ryan Folen, keynote speaker and brand consultant, but also a pillar. He's not even Haitian, ladies and gentlemen, but a pillar in the Haitian community. You have been a 5-time veteran keynote speaker to Haiti Tech Summit. I want to say that again. 5 times you have been a part of this vision. I mean, you are an influencer. You've been featured in practically almost every media outlet to think of. You have been a pioneer. You have inspired people to change how they view their narrative, how they share their narrative. Honestly, I could talk for days about your contribution to the Haiti Tech Summit community. But first and foremost, I want to personally just say thank you. I cannot wait to when we have Tech Summit back in person. We're going to get the audience to stand at attention and applaud you. You have been a part of the inception. Ryan, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome. I pass it over to you, Ryan. Thank you so much for being a part of this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd rather have no one else pass me the mic. All right, if you can put me full screen, I will take full advantage. All right, so let me do a couple things here. Let me click here. Let me scoot over to the side, and let me tell you a story. Now, the story actually has to do with sailing, believe it or not. One of the things that I love most is to sail. And in my time in Haiti, I'm always looking at the horizon for these big, beautiful sailboats with the huge mainsails as they're cruising across. So I'm on land and I've always got FOMO. That was until I was walking on the Demarcon. I always have a hard time with that. And I saw these sailboats there and I was like, oh my gosh, can I take these out? As a true entrepreneur, I decided to ask for forgiveness instead of permission. And I took that boat and I hustled myself to push it all the way down in the ocean. And I got out there and I decided that I was going to go sail. Now, sailing is awesome because you're relying on the natural resources. It's sort of out of your control, but you still have control. Now, I was out probably 2 or 3 miles, just living it up, looking back at the coastline, living my best life, sailing outside of Haiti. And then something particular happened. The wind stopped. No wind. Me, Ginger in Haiti, miles off the shore. the whole world stopped. And honestly, from the hotel room, you probably can't see me out there, but I was just stuck. I was stranded. I couldn't move. And so what I did is I went on the front and I just started to paddle. And long story short, I ended up making it back to the shore. Now, why am I telling you this story about getting stranded out in the middle of the ocean off of Haiti? It's because sailboats need wind to move. And similarly, entrepreneurs and leaders need content to move. My name is Ryan Folen. I am a speaker, I'm an author, and I'm a ginger, but you can think of me as Bra Queequeg Ginger, a name that I got in the tour with Christine and crew. I want you to think of me as your brother. I want you to think of me as somebody who's a mentor, and I want you to think of me as a ginger. Now, I know ginger actually has another meaning, which is high energy, and that's what I have for you today. So I remember Ben Horowitz at the first Haiti Tech Summit. I remember Jack when he spoke at the second. Every single one of them, I was up on stage there speaking as well. But I wasn't just speaking, because when I wasn't speaking, I was in the audience. I was listening. I was meeting people. I was connecting. And that to me is such a heart of the Haiti Tech Summit. Shout out to Patrice for this Access Haiti hat, which kept me protected from the sun. So today I'm going to share with you in a rapid ginger pace, a little bit about my story, a little bit about this concept of thought leadership and how to create your own wind. Now, when it comes to my story, I'd like to share with you the fact that, like many of you, my story is very colorful. So from a kid to, in high school, and as I went through school, there was a lot of ups, and in particular, there were a lot of downs. If I had to go back and look at my life, I would say that I've gained a significant amount of experience. My time traveling and meeting people in Haiti and Haitian entrepreneurs is all part of that experience. Now, with experience comes expertise. And these are the skills that I've learned. These are the things that I've done to improve my own knowledge base. And if you think about it, life at the end of the day is all about your experience and your expertise. But what does it actually mean to be a thought leader? Because at the end of the day, people see me as a thought leader. And when I was asked to put on a special 5th edition keynote here for everybody today, I want everybody to take away the fact that you are all thought leaders. You are all thought leaders. This is not something that you cannot achieve, and this might be something that you already are. Thought leadership is a combination of two things. It's your experience and your expertise. And believe it or not, you are well on your way to becoming a thought leader, to becoming someone who can be a voice in your own community. And that is what I think is important for you to take away from today's talk. When it comes to your experience, these are your stories. These are the things that have happened to you. These are the trials and tribulations that you've gone through. And it's been a rough couple years for Haiti. There's been political unrest. There's been a lot of bad stuff that's happened. But there's always something good that comes from something bad. And I don't want you to forget that. Your expertise, this is the skills that you're attaining. This is the network that you're tapping into. These are the resources, all these partners down here that are here to support you. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on your expertise because this is something that you're responsible for. And the Haiti Tech Summit and Christine and Einstein and the global startup ecosystem, they are giving you the tools. They are giving you the opportunity. And so I want you to recognize that it's there for the taking. It's one thing to see it. It's another thing to grab it, hold on to it, use it, learn it, and do it. Thought leadership has to do with your experience and your expertise. And I want you to think about thought leadership as a thought leadership, an actual ship. Okay, let's call it the SS Thought Leadership. And the sails on this boat are the experiences that you have and the expertise that you've gained. And so your expertise is something that is always growing. You're always gaining new expertise. But your experience is something that you already have. You don't have to learn anything new to gain experience, because experience is what you get just after you need it. Okay, so you are full of experience by life in general. And so your experience is communicated through your stories. And your stories Storytelling is your greatest asset. You know, life is all about stories. It's about the stories that you tell other people. And as Patrice had noted, it's about the stories you're telling yourself. If you don't believe that you can do it, you're right. If you believe you can do it, you're also right. And so in order to be a thought leader, you have to be able to recognize, own, and share your stories. Now, this could come in the form of writing. This could come in the form of speaking at the Haiti Tech Summit. It could be in the form of casual conversations that are never public, that are just between you and friends, or you and mentors, or you and investors. You know, I want to clarify that your story doesn't have to be a story of success. I think we're hesitant to share sometimes because we feel like it has to be a good story. But what I'd like you to know is that people don't care as much about your story of success. So don't worry about it. People care more about how they see themselves in your story. And as a nation, you all have shared these collective experiences that you can relate to. And your stories are relatable to other people around the world, especially the ones where things are not going great. The reality is that things are good and things are bad. But if you focus only on the bad, or you focus only on the good, you're missing out on reality. And the reality is that there's ups and downs when it comes to life. True thought leaders ride all of those waves, learn from what went wrong, share with people about their experiences, and that helps them to become known as an expert. Now, when it comes to this SS thought leadership, there you are up on the top of a Haitian hill, right up here. Now, whatever that mountain is for you, it could be starting a company. It could be getting involved in some exciting new technology. It could be being involved in another team that already has traction. But in order for you to get there where you want to go, you have to build this leadership. And leadership is something that I have seen in every single Haitian that I've met. From up on the hills in the chestnut fields where, cold water coming down from the streams and just beautiful, and just meeting people who I had never met before, and just to recognize that in their own domain, they are leaders. But I want you to acknowledge that and look at building your own ship. How will you get to where you want to go? Content will get you there. Sailboats need wind to move, and entrepreneurs and leaders need content to move. Little pop quiz here in the chat. When was the last time that you published a blog? Anyone? When was the last time you published a blog? Wrote something and published it online? Okay, think about that. Drop it in the chat. A day, a month, a year, never. Next question. When was the last time that you made a video? When was the last time you made a video? I'll take it from the answer that maybe it wasn't a long time ago. The thing I want you to think about here is, when was the last time you fill in the blank with a certain type of content? Because the reality is, Randy said this morning, awesome, Randy. The reality is that if you're not creating content, no content is the same thing as no wind. And so if you haven't created content in years, then how can you expect your leadership to move? If it was 10 years ago, you're stuck out on the coast just like I was. And so I want you to understand that content is the way for you to help share your experience and your expertise. Here is why we do not create content. 1, we procrastinate. 2, we want it to be perfect. And 3, we actually forget or don't have the courage to hit the go button. So how do you build your thought leadership? Hope is not a plan. Work is a plan. You can either create content or do nothing. No, there's really only one option, and it is to create content. It doesn't matter what type of content it is. It's content of something that you enjoy doing. So if you want to speak, find opportunities to speak. It could be a keynote, a TEDx. And guess what? A keynote is just a series of stories and lessons. A TEDx is a series of stories and lessons. How do I know this? Because I've given 4 TEDx talks. The stage is ripe for you and your stories. What if you're a writer? Well, get to writing. Write something down and share it. It could be a blog, which is, again, your stories and the lessons that you've learned. Maybe you like to be on podcasts or you like to listen to podcasts. Well, try to get on a podcast. And if you notice, most of the content on podcasts are stories. Video, when it comes to video, maybe you love making videos. So make a video, make a TikTok. There are so many platforms for you to do it. But guess what? A video is just a story with lessons. Okay? Let's say that you're good with graphics and you like infographics, or you like to draw stick figures. Then draw stick figures or make infographics and create content that shares your story. Whatever your boat, whatever your leadership is going to look like, it's the content that you create that will create the momentum for you, no matter where you are in your stage in your career. And so if you're a writer, maybe you write short form, then maybe you write a little bit longer, and then maybe you write your own book. But guess what? Don't try to do it all at once. Just start with one main sail. Create your own wind. And when you do it properly, you will start to fly. Now, I have been creating content for years. I create content every day. I share my stories. I share my experience. And that is why I've been recognized as a thought leader, because I've built a leadership. Now, where do you start? First, you figure out where you want to go. Like any navigator, if you're just out there in the middle of the sea, where are you going to go? Find out what your goals are and let the wind through content develop the path. You got to own your whole story, not just cherry pick the good stuff. Because when you do, you will help people get to know you. And when people get to know you, they might like you, they might not, and that's okay. And ultimately, if they like you, then they'll trust you. But I'm telling you, you have to put yourself out there. I'm telling you that you have to overcome your fear and start sharing your content to create your own wind. And I will tell you that you don't have to be anybody else but yourself. I repeat, you don't have to be anyone but you. Here is the deal. Let me give it to you real. The key to connection is to learn to be real, because you are not perfect and neither am I. And that is the exact reason that we see eye to eye, because everybody's different, but we are all the same. To be perfectly imperfect is how you win the game. So if you only showcase good and do not share the bad, you will miss connections that you never knew you had. So when you learn to ditch the act and learn to be yourself, you open up a window to have people help you out. And that's what it's all about, people. When you share your story and you share who you are, it gives people a chance to get involved in your story, to help you on your path, and for you to help others on your path. And that's what I call ditching the act. Stop trying to figure out what people think you should do, and just do what feels right for you. And if you do that consistently and create content around it, I guarantee you will start to make movement. To become a thought leader, it's just a matter of your experience and your expertise. So start sharing your story, not just the good stuff, but the stuff that goes wrong, the stuff that you've learned from, the challenges that you've faced. And we all have those challenges. Gain expertise by tapping into the tools that the Haiti Tech Resource gives you. I mean, come on, there's so much opportunity here. Now, if you like this, if you want more, I'm always creating content. You can jump on my leadership boat and you can find and follow my journey. And if you are inspired to come up with an idea, or to start your own company, or to flex your entrepreneurial muscles, then I've got a free course for you to come up with ideas that don't suck. Because that's how it all starts. Christine, back to you and the Haiti Tech crew. I wish I was there in person, because I honestly miss all of you.
I'm just like, every year, Ryan, it's just amazing to watch you and just like hear also how you give advice to your own journey, And one thing that you said this time that I really appreciate is like, don't just share the good side of your journey, also share the downsides. And before I let you go, I would like to hear like what's next for you. I feel like you're always, just growing and just doing such cool things. I know you support us, but we're not the only ones. You champion the work that you do everywhere. I just want the audience to hear what's next for Ryan as we go into 2022.
So my first book is called Ditch the Act, and it's all about being yourself. And the book that I'm working on right now is called Ditch the Pitch, because if you know me, you know how passionate I am about effective communication. And I really believe as soon as you stop pitching, start listening, and start building relationships, that's how things are done. Now, what I'm really excited about this year is the emergence of crypto that meets the blockchain with NFTs. So my stick figures. So I'm making stick figure drops with NFTs, and and the utility behind it is time with me. So you can buy a Ryan Folen stick figure NFT, and it gets you time with me. And instead of going traditional publishing with my next book, there's a good chance that I'm going to actually self-publish through NFTs to help encourage people to get onto this new platform, the new way things are going to happen. And I've never seen something that has so much opportunity for all of us. And so I want to lead by example by learning by doing. And why not try to tease people to come into the land of blockchain and cryptocurrency by saying, here, come get a stick figure NFT from me.
I love this because I actually do have a meta announcement regarding Haiti Tech later on today. So we need to reconnect on this because I definitely want to blast about this. Look at that, you got the
I'm ready.
No, this is so awesome. And I think that's such a cool way to just launch your second book. Obviously, everyone knows about how powerful Ditch the Act is. Now, Ditch the Pitch. Love this. Always enjoy, the direction where you're headed. And you already know the whole Haiti Tech community is behind you 100%. So we'll be in touch.
Well, I'm behind the Haiti Tech community, So I really miss, honestly, over the last 4 or 5 years, being able to go and visit and meet people and see I miss so many of my friends that I've made over the last 5 years. I want to go dangerously ride on the back of a motorcycle and make it happen.
Well, it's going to happen. I mean, the pandemic's not going to stop us. So we're definitely going to get back to those experiences again, because that's all I'm waiting for too. So thank you as always, Ryan.
And the one thing I'll just say as a close is that I know it's been a rough year for everybody. It seems like it's never going to end. And then we have something else. And then, just everything that I think is challenging us all. I think Haiti has been sort of magnified. But I want you to remember what Ben Horowitz talked about in the first Haiti Tech Summit, and I'll never forget it. It's about the strength and resilience of the Haitian people. And if you look to your history, you have the most collective cultural experience in order to make it through whatever is facing you that seems like the biggest, gnarliest wall that you cannot climb. So, tap into really just the roots of your heritage and take on these challenges full on and help others through that process by sharing your story. And again, I think collectively, with technology and with what you're doing, I'll be here for all 13 years. And I think you're really doing something special. So I appreciate being part of it.
Thank you so much, Ryan. As always a pleasure to have you. We'll be connecting soon.
All right. Adios, everybody. We'll see you online.
The chat feed is going wild. So thank you so much, Ryan. I mean, honestly, again, I just want to reiterate 5 times keynote speaker at Haiti Tech Summit. I saw the chat feed going wild, as always, not just because of the content that Ryan brings. It's the energy, it's the love, it's the spirit. I think so many people are inspired by his energy every single year, and it's always an honor to have him. Now, without further ado, I'm going to kick it off by announcing that the next panel is coming up right on the other side of this experience clip. I know a lot of people was having nostalgia for Haiti Tech Summit, so let's kick off that experience clip, and then we'll welcome the next panel. We're going to have flashback moments like that throughout the day. So without further ado, let's kick off the next panel. I'm so happy to welcome Boosie is going to be moderating this amazing panel. You already know how I feel about, conversations around rallying the diaspora. And I think there was no better person to bring this conversation together than you, Boosie. So please, I'll pass it over to you to kick off the panel and then welcome these amazing guests, each one of them from Vanya, she's just so dynamic, to Rudy, to Jaquil. I mean, each one of them are inspiring people. I'll pass it over to you, Boosie. Unmute. Boosie, on mute. This is tech of 2021, everybody. Boosie, go ahead, unmute so that we can welcome the panel. So while we wait for Boosie to unmute to join us, you could log back in, Boosie, see if that works. I do want to have them come on screen. So ladies and gentlemen, I do want to give a warm welcome to each and every one of you. First of all, Vanya, you're such a graceful and powerful woman. I always love seeing you. The chair on the board of Haitian Times. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give her a warm welcome. Next up, we got Rudy, Rudy, I love the work that you do with transferring goods back and forth with diaspora. Your product, your service is what's needed. It's the future. Might be the next Amazon of Haiti. So I'm looking forward to seeing those developments. And last but not least, Jaquil. I mean, you're changing the narrative of how we see Haiti through film. So your International Film Festival is something consistent, by the way. Every single year that you speak is Haitian Film Festival, International Film Festival. So you have been consistent. And so while we wait to get Boosie back on, I will pass it over to kick off with Vanya to introduce herself because, you've shared and amplified stories so much. I just want to hear you introduce yourself and the power that you bring into the room every day. Vanya, over to you.
Well, I just want to say thank you so much for having me back again. I mean, it's a really sad happening, this past year and a half, we haven't been able to all get together. And that's always been one of my highlights of the year for the past several years. So thank you for having me back virtually. She mentioned, my name is Vanya Andre. I am the board chair of the Haitian Times. In years past, I've been kind of played a multiple of hats, publisher, editor-in-chief, a little bit of everything, reporter. It's basically whatever they need me to be. But yeah, we have been telling the story of Haiti and the diaspora since 1999. I've been with the publication since 2014, and I'm just happy to be a part of the team, to see it growing and to be able to shed the stories and information, just like Christine. Christine is like, she's one of my role models, to see what she's been able to do in such a short amount of time. And it's people like her and, the gentlemen on this panel that we want to share their stories, and this is what helps change the narrative of Haiti.
Thank you so much. I'm bringing in Boosie in to make that introduction.
Oh my goodness! I mean, I had that flow, and it just said I was on mute. I wasn't on mute, but I'm so excited. Haiti has a special place in my heart. Having done the Haiti Week in New York, and then running an organization which was Haiti focused, especially then also raising money for after the earthquake. So it's lovely to be back with Haiti. I mean, I was given an honorary Haitian name. I mean, I was invited into the family. So I believe this is family, and I'm just so happy to see the continued resilience and strength of the Haitian population, both in Haiti and the diaspora. I mean, you guys are strong, so I'm just so honored to moderate an amazing panel. Christine, you did a good job jumping in when I was off. And so I welcome everyone who's here today to the Haitian Tech Summit. I welcome my wonderful panelists, Jaquil, Vanya, and Rudy. I just can't wait to this amazing session. How are you guys doing?
Great.
Yeah, we're doing great.
So tell us about your I'll start with Rudy. Tell us about your background and how it brought you to the work you do, and also how it connects you to the diaspora community.
Excellent. Thanks for having me, everyone. Christine, thank you for having us as well. You are a role model as well on what's going to be a young entrepreneur these days. My name is Rudy Bocourt. I am the founder of Gently Transfer, the leading e-commerce platform in Haiti, serving the Haitian diasporas. The way I started this business is through my personal life experience. Growing up in Haiti, I knew firsthand the value of remittances. When my mom used to send money back home to pay for school supplies or daily life necessities. And moving back to the States, now I was sending back to my uncle, my friends, the person that the lady that raised me. And I realized how expensive to send money was back to home. And you didn't even know what the money was being spent on. And this is where I had my aha moment when I'm like, why can't there be an e-commerce platform where people in the diaspora can shop online, localized brands, locally sourced in Haiti, supporting local businesses, and we deliver directly at their house in Port-au-Prince within 48 hours. And that's how we started the business. The business has been starting since 3 years, 4 years. I remember I was at the Haiti Tech Summit being on the panel with Vanya. I remember a couple of years ago. Great time. But what I want to share, what Ryan mentioned, is my experience in this journey, this entrepreneur journey. A lot more gray hairs are coming up. A lot more experience are happening. And we built a great team in Haiti. I'm really proud of the team that we're building in Haiti that is resilient. We've been doing deliveries since Haiti lock. We've been doing deliveries after the assassination. We've been doing deliveries after the earthquake. We've been doing delivery after gas shortages. And we keep growing, and we see the value of the service we're doing. And the major solution, the major problem we're solving at the end of the day is food insecurity. And I want to bring this to the diaspora community and even to the Haitians back home. Food insecurity is by far the biggest problem right now in Haiti. More than 4 million people are right now underserved or don't have a daily food or are at risk of hunger. 2.2 million kids right now are going to school unfed. And with high inflation, political instability, prices are rising. The alarm should be sounding alarm really loud right now, how food insecurity is becoming the biggest problem. And for us, we pride ourselves as being an e-commerce platform. We are becoming an emergency service where people are asking us to do deliveries in the next hour, in the next day. And even if we're saying we can't even do deliveries of the problems in Haiti, they're saying, hold the food when you can deliver the product, deliver it for us. We love your service. So I wanted to bring this attention to the team, to the whole community, that food insecurity is a big problem right now in the diaspora community and also in Haiti. And then we should definitely find a way. It's non-political. It's a humanitarian process. And we can't rely on other organizations to solve this problem for us. And I believe we can all together figure it out, how to provide food security for people back home. One experience we've had recently is after the earthquake, we partnered with Quadev. We built a feature where people in the diaspora can actually shop online and select Quadev as a recipient, and we deliver food directly to school to students. After the earthquake, we fed 200 students indirectly, since people don't even know these students, but we believe with our service, we also having a real issue. And we want to make sure we can get the diaspora to know about us and how can we all help together to solve food insecurity. Not for that least, check out our website, check out our service, give it a try, give us a feedback, ways to improve, because that's how we're improving our features and growing the business. Thank you, guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Rudy, for that insight and for the call of action to the diaspora community and how they can assist in ways of, And yes, that brings us to Vanya. I mean, Vanya, you've been incredible with regards to media. You were the editor-in-chief and then and as well as publisher of the Haitian Times, and now you're the chair of the board. So tell us about your journey and your background and the work you do and how it connects you to the diaspora community.
Thank you. So, I'm a first generation Haitian American. I grew up a bit disconnected from my heritage and community, a little bit other than really what I saw in my home. And I kind of had this epiphany when I was out of college, and it was around the time of the earthquake. And I remember feeling this need to try to give back or to try to utilize my talent in some way that would be impactful, not only important for me to keep connected to the country, but then to also see how I could help change something. And for me, journalism and writing, storytelling are very powerful tools. Storytelling is something that is innate to us as human beings for a millennia. And for me, that was the biggest way that I could see to kind of get my feet wet and really make an impact in my community. I'm going to say like around 2010, 2011, I started working for this Haitian magazine called Amor Creole. I'm not sure if anyone's familiar with it. It's like a throwback now. And I, started off just covering arts and culture events, lots of musical events, and then that kind of transitioned to me working with Haitian Times. I met Gary Pierre. He's the founder and our current publisher, and we just hit it off. He is someone that I look to as a mentor, as a friend, as family at this point, and I was able to learn so much from him just through my time with Haitian Times, and then just being able to talk to people like Jackie, people like Rudy on just through my work, and that's just really where it all came to coalesce.
Fantastic. I mean, that's an incredible story. And, storytelling is everything. And it's important that we archive our stories, especially for not only our generation, but for the future generation. And I'm glad that's happening And yeah, I love listening to these stories. Jaquil, I mean, you've been with film, the Haiti International Film Festival, as the executive director. And just tell us about your background and what makes you tick and what,
Yeah,
you know.
I'm definitely a connector and a builder, but what really connected me is filmmaking and storytelling. Haitians and coming from a Haitian family, they have a bunch of stories. I'm third generation entrepreneur. My grandmother used to sell Haitian food in Brooklyn at the basement. My mom moved to Hollywood and she became a psychic and a healer. So just having that, just showed me to give our community quality. So just coming from that background, and she was always like, my mom was, I always showed the best side of Haiti. So I think that's what
Absolutely.
I do with the film festival through our films and our art. That's our mission, and it's been so fulfilling to not just see, like, there was a time when I got into film school. Most of the Haitian films you saw, they were just on YouTube, and it's like, okay, that's good to a certain point for exposure, but I was looking for the monetary aspect and just for people to be educated,
Taking it to the next level.
taking it to the next level. So that was the reason why. And after the earthquake, I was tired of all the negative stories or just like showing Haitians with no agency. And there was a generation of filmmakers that were going back to Haiti, including myself. I did this documentary, Haiti's a Nation of Artists, and I went to Brooklyn, New York, Miami, and Haiti. Then I was like, it's not just me. There were a generation of other filmmakers who felt the same way. So we needed a film festival, and I started the first one at Cal State Northridge, where I graduated my alumni. Then after that, we brought it to Barnesdale Gallery Theater in Hollywood. And then, our community just has grown with us. Like, we've been virtual the last couple of years. They're very resilient. And as long as you give them good quality films, and then we get to talk about subject matter, because a lot of Haitian films, they deal with issues, but they deal with beauty too.
It's like constructive criticism in some ways. You don't focus on only the negative, but also bring out the positive. And you start with the positive, and you build trust, and then you're able to talk about the issues that are affecting the people.
Yes, I think that's definitely true. And I think the partnerships are so important in the digital era. Like, thinking Christina Tim and Einstein, because we had a Haitian mentorship program. We had filmmakers in Kenya and Haiti all over because of technology, because we did the whole program on Zoom, essentially. So, if you're creative, there's so many things. And I'm a person, when I have a problem, I want to solve it. I don't want to just talk about it. I'm a doer. So if that's, if that's a, problem, I have that. So I just want to say, I'm just happy just to see the changes in our community, and just now our communities need us more than ever now, for us to continue to advocate for them, get resources, and just to show a different image of Haiti.
Wonderful. I got goosebumps listening to that because it's important. Every country has its negatives, but it's what's depicted in the media. And if you don't use media to present your story, other people will tell your story for you, and they'll focus on the negative stories and not the positives, which balance or even balance out the negatives. That's why crisis management is there, That's why crisis PR is there. So I'm glad that people are waking up to knowing that, what, we have to change the narrative about our countries. And that's important. And I like the fact, and as a diasporan, you know how PR works because you see it in the country you're living in, and you're able to apply it to your country. And I'm glad that you're doing it for Haiti, because there are beautiful things about Haiti, like the beaches, the people, and the resilience. There's more to Haiti than crisis. And so I'm glad this film festival is scaling, and more power to you, and all the best. So yeah, that's I'm just enjoying this vibe. And so what ways do you think diaspora influencers can effectively contribute to their homeland? I'll pass this on to Vania.
Thank you. So my answer is going to maybe a bit controversial and contrarian. But the first thing, I think it's important that as members of diaspora that we're honest with ourselves and with everyone else about the dysfunction in Haiti at times. And that's not to say that that image is not already very prevalent in mainstream press, especially in the Western world, the United States, Canada, and Europe. But, I urge people to start thinking at this a bit differently and tailoring their expectations. I do not expect the United States, nor is it their responsibility for CNN, MSNBC, the New York Times to cover anything other than conflict in the country. That's not their responsibility. I don't think that, for the Haitian Times, the Nouvelliste, some of these major papers in Haiti, that it's their responsibility to cover necessarily the positive that's happening in the US. So I think the way that we look at it, it's a bit fractured. Secondly, it is important that we are the ones that are sharing these positive images of the country. So, for example, through Jacquiel's Haiti Film Festival, being able to show all of the artistic value that the country has. We are a country of artists and on a very many levels. Being able to see like the entrepreneurship spirit. Everyone in Haiti is pretty much a small business owner. Everyone in Haiti is pretty much an entrepreneur. Yep. At the same time, if we're not able to balance the fact that—
And that's the constructive criticism.
Yes.
Yes.
But if we're not able to balance the reality with what we want to move forward, then in some circles we look like hypocrites, or we look ignorant to what is going on. Because as much as I love Haiti, beautiful beaches, the art, everything, it's not necessarily something that's proprietary only to us. So I think the first step for us to be impactful and influential within diaspora is one, saying like, hey, we know that this is what's going on. These are the problems. This is how we should start thinking about it and coalescing around these problems, so that way we can solve some of these issues that are bottlenecks for the country for decades. And then at the same time, this is not the only story we have. Two things can be true at once. And if we are not careful about how we approach that, we risk the chance of people who are not within the in-group, who are not familiar with Haiti, kind of looking at us sideways, like, how are they pushing this? It kind of makes us look like we're living in our own bubble. If, the president was just assassinated, there is a COVID outbreak, gangs are taking over the street, yet we're only pushing images of beaches on Instagram.
Oh, thank you so much. I mean, that's a balanced approach. And I like the fact that, it's also teaching that, you have freedom of speech, and you can be able to express it and see the different sides, see the whole issues holistically, as opposed to from an isolated point of view. And we can't live in silos. And I love that approach, Vania, that you're talking about, because it's like a child. When you're raising a child, you have to give them tough love sometimes. And at the same time, then you also have to positive reinforce them, And so I like that realistic approach to it, and coming from a media point of view. But I think it's also what also serves us is having your own media as well.
Yes.
Because when you have media, when you control media, you're able to give all these stories.
Exactly.
And yes, so thank you. I mean, that's why we're honored to have you here.
Thank you.
Yes. So Jakil, I think you answered that, right? So
No,
how do we get influencers?
I think that it's really connecting with our strengths. Especially with the film festival, is more creating this ecosystem, because where I get support are filmmakers on the East Coast in New York, Miami, and Haiti. So find out who are the culture leaders and institutions there. You just have to do the research. You have the Little Haiti Cultural Center. You have Haiti Cultural Exchange in Brooklyn, Haitian Times. Maybe because I did all this research when I was in grad school, and it just came to fruition after I did. Then it helped me with the nonprofit. So I think it's really doing that. I think other companies doing that research and development to really understand the marketplace. Then you know who to talk to, and I think like coming from that place of strength, because I ain't gonna lie, when I first started my research, I did probably come with the negative stuff, but the more I found out about Haiti, I was like, well, we make the most Black art in the world. It's from Haiti.
Wow, you didn't know that.
Those things that people don't know when you do the research. But I think that really helps when going to DC. DC, that's the politics. You go to New York, economic. You go to Miami, I consider a design city. LA, entertainment. But take the best from those regions and in Chicago. I think it's like we have Haitians all over, but we need to connect them. And I think that's what the film festival allows us to do. It allows us to see that even when diaspora and in Haiti, if they're in Petrova or going to OCOP or seeing and going to Haiti too, I think that helps me with programming, going in the country and see what's really happening, and connecting with people there. So I think it's really important is the connections with the nonprofits, creative businesses, and the artists essentially, who are the ambassadors, who basically show the best of the country. And the other side, the real side.
And I also thank you so much, Jakil. That is really, it resonates a lot, because as a diasporan myself, I feel when you talk about some of the positive stories, we know the negative exists. So when you talk about the positive, it also brings motivates people and brings up, like it gives people hope to move forward than that vicious cycle of negativity. So yeah, I think, all this, it's part of the ecosystem. Now I believe in building that ecosystem to create that balance,
Yep.
And I'm curious to hear your thoughts, Rudy.
I'll piggyback from Vanya and Jakil. And from my experience working with the diaspora, working with Haitians also back home, I think the biggest problem with the diaspora right now, which has the most strength, which are considered the middle class of Haiti, we are a fragmented community. We are a community that everyone has their own voice, and their own voice is what Haiti needs. And we fail to listen to what Haitians back home really need. We cannot just pass down what we studied at our universities, at our or even if you would study at Harvard, Yale, whatever that is, and you believe that through your mentality that's what you study is what's going to work for Haiti, and you want to shove it down Haiti's throat, and this is what is going to happen, and for us to be successful. And I really believe the first thing, like what Jakil said, is to analyze this whole situation for this marketplace. And I really believe the diaspora needs to find a singular voice. A voice like, this is what we need to commit on for the next 20 years to see one thing, even if it's the most basic thing. We want to make sure everyone has water. It's a right. It should be whatever that may be. We need to find that singular voice and incorporate Haitians.
You can't operate in silos.
Yes, to get them everyone to see, okay, how do we move forward with this? not just I have my little idea here in New York, I have my little idea here in Georgia, I have my idea here in Miami, bunch of different Haitian pockets of like business communities, and we're not moving anywhere. And when it comes to the media, is also complex about that. Everyone is trying to pitch out, push their sound, and again, without any agenda to move forward a vision, a mission to solve Haiti. So for me, I think,
oh my goodness, this is
yeah. So I don't want to be too controversial, but I really believe we were fragmented. We need to get more singular to see what really Haiti needs, and to what aspect we need to empower Haiti through the Haitians lens, not through our university lens, and not through like our lens of like America did this, they're doing this in DR, they're doing this, and that's what we should incorporate. And that's my personal take for that.
Oh, wow. Yes, I totally agree with you with regards to that. I call it the been to mentality. I've been to America, I've been to England, and this is how things are done here. Create that partnership mentality. We're coming here as partners. I'm not imposing my knowledge on you, but I'm here to share with you, and I'm willing to learn from you. Until as diasporans, we learn to do that and not sometimes reinvent the wheel, because sometimes just look at how incubators work. Not everybody can be a CEO, right? But can piggyback off your best racehorse. And then you build that,
Sorry, we're using the same model that the power countries have used upon us to control us, and we're doing that same thing with our own people.
Okay, so we're running out of time, and so we have a few minutes. I'm going to have us wrap up in 1 minute each. I mean, I'll go to Jaquil regarding this first. Please highlight some of your activities and programs or initiatives your institution is undertaking to pave way for the diaspora engagement and make a difference in diversity and inclusion for Haitian career professionals.
This is our
progress.
Okay, so this is our Christmas gift to the community from December 3rd to 27th. All the films from last year are actually free for like 2 weeks, and hopefully this is a subscription service that we started on Exurb TV, so the Haiti International Film Festival. And this is the 7th year of our film festival. That's going to be August 13 and 14. So please, we're going to have new amazing programming for you. And we have the Haitian, we did a conversation with Haitian women in art. So we actually created a video from our last discussion. So we'll have that for you in the beginning of the year, probably with Haitian Times. And so we're continuing doing amazing stuff. So just look out for us. We're gonna do amazing stuff, curate some shows at UCLA and Cal Lutheran. But thank you so much. Some Haitian art shows.
Thank you so much, Jaquil. Vanya,
I
your closing remarks.
Yes, well, I just first wanted to thank Rudy so much for his comments, and it kind of ties into what we have planned with Haitian Times. We do a lot of coverage, obviously, in the community, and there's always someone or some organization that comes out with a master plan on how to save Haiti. And, my first thought is like, unfortunately, like, who died and left you boss and told you this is what everybody wants? And, part of, the first part of, community building is community listening. And that's something that I do not see, or I'm not aware of, if it is happening with a lot of these grand master plans that are that people are putting out on how to save Haiti. So for us at the Haitian Times, what we are being very intentional about in 2022, and we've already previewed this year, are first having community conversations about very specific topical events that are impacting the community. So whether it be about, mental health and how everyone is dealing with the pandemic, whether it be about confusion about what's going on with immigration rules and TPS deadlines, so that's the first thing. We host these monthly community conversations, so that way we're able to have some FaceTime with our readers and then get panelists on just to be able to understand what's going on. And then, the second part, we've started this year and continuing in 2022. We're doing a listening tour and essentially just having questionnaires and conversations with our readers to get a sense of what it is that they want to see more of. And, also just their overall thoughts about what's happening in the country and where they see a starting point to a solution can be. So I
Thank
just
you.
want to emphasize that listening is very important before the actual planning.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Would you include Friends of Haiti?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you for that piece. Rudy, saving the best for the last. What are your closing comments regarding activities, programming?
Exactly. Well, thank you again for having me on this panel. It's a great to have Vanya and Jacques
Yes.
to be part of this. And for me, again, what you're saying, we're building a company. We consider ourselves a bridge. We deal with the diaspora every day. We have the diaspora community from random areas in the United States that we are serving every day. And we're doing deliveries. We are providing food security, most importantly, to Haitians back home in Haiti in unfavored areas, tough areas. But most importantly, what we're trying to do is we want to empower local businesses to hop on our platform to sell to the diaspora who live anywhere in the world. So if you our idea is to push local production, local businesses to connect more directly with the Haitian diaspora. So that being said, if you guys ever want to check out my website, write me a review, write me whatever you think I can be doing better. I want to hear from you. And that's how we're building our company. And we would love to hear your feedback. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much, Rudy. I mean, this has been an amazing panel. I'm honored. I'm Busi Matsiko Anden, Executive Director of the Africa Future Summit, as well as Global Strategist with Pond Global. And I'm a big diasporan, and so everything the Africa diaspora I'm a champion of, and pushing the good as well as having the uncomfortable conversations. So I'm glad you have summed it up, and I can't wait for continued conversations regarding this. Thanks, all of you, and thanks for all who've watched. Christine, back to you.
No, first off, thank you so much, Busi, for moderating this panel. There were so many triggers that was shared on this panel. I mean, from, Rudy saying look, we can't apply the colonial mind frame of telling people what they need. That was powerful. And Vanya, the listening tour, you said it. I mean, people who, show up and say, I have this grand vision to save Haiti. That's probably the biggest challenges that I've personally faced in working with and collaborating with people in the ecosystem, is thinking that, but my platform will be the one. No, my platform will be the one. That listening tour says a lot, because we learned a lot from our roundtables. And last but not least, Shaquille, just what you said about just sharing the narrative and sharing the message. I mean, it's just powerful. So I want to, again, thank you. This is one of my favorite panels, by the way. I'm always excited to hear how the diaspora is contributing and sharing the message. So thank you so much once again, each and every one of you, for being a part of the Haiti Tech mission. It really warms my heart to have you on the call today.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Happy holidays.
All right, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The diaspora panel there, just giving really great insight on the work that they're doing, how they're doing it. I think there was, like I said, so many powerful triggers in that comment. I just cannot begin to tell you that I think that hopefully many of you on the session today took a lot from that. There was some powerful messages shared. And with that, I'm going to give you guys another throwback clip here before we go into a brief keynote session and then announce the next panel for today. responses on the chat feed. I know people are getting goosebumps seeing those video images of Haiti Tech Summit throwback experiences when we're all together, just, rallying both the nation and friends of Haiti around the future of the country. And I wanted to transition into a brief keynote remarks about how Haiti is, of course, even with our challenges, ladies and gentlemen, Haiti is leading. Haiti is leading the tech community across the Caribbean. And I wanted to give you guys an overview of what's happening across the Caribbean, how we're extending the conversation, what's happening in Haiti, to different Caribbean brothers and sisters across the region. Sometimes when we talk about Haiti Tech Summit, people just say like, what, this happened in Haiti? And so I think, it's worth mentioning that, the genesis that happened 5 years ago in Haiti Tech Summit has been valued and monitored and truly inspired many Caribbean ecosystems across the region. We are doing a 2022 tour across the Caribbean. And later on today, you're going to be hearing some very, very unique announcements that's going to be taking place on behalf of the Haiti Tech community, specifically over the next couple of years. And we're going to be launching some of these initiatives this year. But I wanted to start with the conversation around technology, spreading the message of technology, spreading the message of the power of leveraging innovation in tech. And this started, pretty much during the height of the pandemic. This decade was supposed to be a unique decade for many. It started off with obviously the throwbacks of the pandemic, but it really did reveal that technology has to be at the heart of any conversation when it comes to accelerating a community, accelerating a nation, and accelerating the country's future. And so talking about digital economy and digital workforce, at the time, we were discussing, how do we, digitize and launch a national career service program in Haiti at the time. We had that conversation with a lot of Caribbean partners, and I'm pleased to share that this initiative has already been announced and expanded to 4 Caribbean islands since its inception. Obviously, Haiti was a pilot that initiated this last year. And as we continue to talk about the Caribbean, again, people are always shocked to say, like, Haiti Tech Summit, did that really happen in Haiti? People are usually shocked to hear, like, how this country is really spearheading what tech hubs, especially from challenging environments like Haiti, can look like. And how do we inspire the youth generation to really think about going into multiple industries within the region? Of course, we're a tourism hub. Everyone knows that the Caribbean is known for its sun, sea, and sands, but we can be more than that. We could also become tech hubs. We're right there located in the heart of the near the United States, and a bridge to many different communities coming to the Western Hemisphere. And so Haiti is really uniquely positioned to continue to inspire tech hubs across the region. But going into the last remark I'll put about this is really challenging the diaspora to be a part of this movement, going from remittances to remote work and leveraging the diaspora. We will be sharing an official announcement about how we could tap into the diaspora to really change the narrative and really change how we actually hire talent in Haiti. Many of you guys have been a part of the Haiti Career Accelerator. You're going to hear updates regarding what's next with this initiative. All programs initiated by the Haiti Tech Summit community. But the point is that we have consistently, aside from being the first Black Republic historically, despite the challenges, despite the setbacks, we are still spearheading and leading in the region in many different ways. And so when I talk about this tour that's taking place across the Caribbean, we obviously welcome people in the Haitian community to join this tour, to see for yourself that you think Haiti is not spearheading tech conversation. You need to go there and see it. As someone who's traveled and worked in many of these islands, I know firsthand what we created with Haiti Tech Summit in the country, and know that these countries are looking at Haiti in terms of building a tech hub. Just to give you guys 3 really quick case study examples. Last week, we launched the first annual DR Tech Summit, and you'd be very surprised to see that they were actually really, many of the community members were shocked to see what was happening right next door on the same island. We all know that the history between the Dominican Republic and Haiti hasn't been perfect, but to see that there is synergy and growth on both sides of the island, to see how technology could accelerate not just each country, but the island itself, and really put to the forefront some of the challenges and issues that we need to bring, solve over the next couple of years, especially with this current generation that's so open, and this generation that's so influential. And our generation, my generation, our youth population is inspired by really challenging the current ecosystem, the current industry, the current way of doing things. We do that through technology. So I want to give you guys a window into the kickoff of DR Tech Summit and how they were inspired, of course, by what's happening in Haiti. Take a look at this clip. Hello and welcome everyone to DR Tech Summit, the first annual edition. Really excited to welcome all of you to this iconic summit launch.
A lot of young Virgin Islanders don't understand how that space is available to them, and they just didn't know that it was there.
We know that government in all its levels constructs and gathers dozens of databases and has a very big availability of all this data, which needs to be used in order to make evidence-based actions.
Like, it's not only about serving the Dominican market, but using our strengths locally in order to expand to other places.
This company is using this full, very robotics really to sensitize the climate within the system so they could grow anything all year round.
I want us to have a DR mafia, and this kind of cycle of coming from an entrepreneur, making money, and then having the experience and the money to invest in other entrepreneurs.
So I wanted to give you guys a window into that. And of course, you know, with this being next door, of course, we are excited that we also announced the launch of Jamaica Tech Summit, again, leveraging, you know, what has been learned in Haiti. And I want to, you know, give you guys a window into remarks. I know the agenda we have packed will be sharing videos of these previous remarks. But the Honorable Audley Shaw, Ministry of Industry, Investment, and Commerce in Jamaica, spoke during a Caribbean Future conversation around how we could accelerate tech and innovation across the Caribbean. Take a look at his opening remarks before we dive into what's going to happen next year with Jamaica Tech Summit.
I am pleased to join you this morning for this summit as we explore themes that are the life force of the Caribbean economy: tourism, talent, and technology. Over the last 30 years, the developments in the Jamaican economy have moved the country from least developed to middle-income status. Up to 2019, the economy experienced 7 consecutive years of growth. This performance resulted in the historically high debt to GDP ratio trending downwards to achieve a debt to GDP of 96% in 2019 from a high of 135% in 2013. This was achieved through fiscal prudence and the concerted efforts to promote and attract investments from both the domestic business community and foreign investors. Jamaica is now established as a leading competitive investment destination in the Latin America and the Caribbean region.
So wanted to give you guys a window into that experience. And of course, we'll share the remaining parts of those remarks. And of course, looking at Barbados, which is another sister island, we had opening remarks from the Honorable Dwight Sutherland, the Ministry for Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment in Barbados. This ministry is very crucial, especially when you think about, you know, how do we inspire youth talent across the Caribbean? We all know soccer and sports is a big part of everyday life within the Caribbean, especially in Haiti. We're all big fans of football. And so wanted to give you guys a window into his remarks as well from the perspective of the Barbados government policy.
The Honorable Audley Shaw, Minister of Industry Investment, Professor Saliri Beckles, Vice Chancellor, University of the West Indies, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Jones, Executive Director of CARICOM Implementing Agency for Crime and Security, other distinguished featured speakers, specially invited guests, delegates, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. I'm indeed honored to address you at this very thought-provoking and innovative summit as we seek to explore how we can tap into the Caribbean's potential to be a leading global technological and creative hub. I'm also very appreciative of the opportunity to share the Barbadian experience as we endeavor to prepare young people for the future.
So just wanted to give you guys a window into those remarks. So we have, ladies and gentlemen, as we do this tour across the Caribbean next year to 10 Caribbean islands, I wanted to give you guys a window into some of the conversations that's happening across the Caribbean. We have government partners, corporate partners. You guys know some of the partners we work with, but one of the biggest thing that inspires us, they have visited us at Haiti Tech Summit. Many of these influencers that you're seeing that we're kicking off this tour with have been at the Haiti Tech Summit, and every single time they always ask, how can we start this in our home country? How can we create this buzz in our home country? And I always tend to share with individuals that, as much as we have a lot of challenges in Haiti, people are still watching. And one of the biggest things that I wanted to share is changing the narrative of Haiti starts with inspiring people, like how we did as the first Black Republic, inspiring people on what's to come, especially out of Haiti, despite any challenge. And so I welcome all of you to just, really stay in touch as we continue this dialogue about what's happening across the region and leveraging Haiti as a case study for that. Because again, I'm really proud of my home country. And I always tell people, especially as a mother, I'm a wife, and I'm also a family person. One thing I know is that you don't just drop family just because there's some bad apples or there's some issues. You fight, you fight, you fight. And Haiti will continue to fight and keep putting it out there and keep putting our best foot forward. With that said, I want to give you guys another throwback clip before we transition into the next thought leadership panel of today. This is a dynamic panel. Each one of them are individual influencers and leaders in their own right. Before we kick off panel number 3, the role of tech and business ecosystem builders, what's next for Haiti's Tech Hub? Let me give you guys another throwback experience to the Haiti Tech Summit journey. All right, there you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to kick off the next panel, and there's no better person to get this panel off than the ecosystem builder leader of Haiti himself, Marc-Alain Boucicault, founder at Bunge. We all know Marc is continuously busy just inspiring entrepreneurs across Haiti, especially inspiring diaspora. I always tell people, if you got an excuse as to why you feel like Haiti's not kicking off, you got to look at Marc. He's doing it with Bunge, and he's been an ecosystem builder for years now. Marc-Alain, I pass it over to you to kick off the panel and kick off this conversation. What's next with the tech ecosystem builders of the country? Thank you so much again.
Hi, Christine. Hey, everyone. Very happy to be here. Yes, like you said, it's a very busy day. We are actually planning like a lot of events at the same time. So basically, this is what being a ecosystem builder in Haiti is all about. While we're doing this, we're also supporting another event that's happening with CEDEL Haiti, their 9th Entrepreneurship Summit. And we're also getting ready for Dev Expo tomorrow, which is going to be the biggest gathering of developers, investors who are going to come and talk about how and celebrate developers who are building the digital pathway for Haiti. And a lot of the people who are here are also invited to be there. Today, we're here to have a conversation about the role of ecosystem builders, and they are all being here represented. I feel like the work that we do as ecosystem builders in Haiti is actually what gives the Haiti Tech Summit its own meaning. So I think I'm very proud of each one of you. It's because of the connections you make and the work you actually do that gives the Haiti Tech Summit a meaning. And all the scaling around the world is a lot of it is based on what you guys are doing in Haiti that can be showcased to the world and lead the pathway. So I'm excited to have all of you here. First of all, we have Christine Coupet, guru in the marketing sector, Patrick Atier representing for education. Sandra is coming in both on the diaspora and media guru, and Stéphane Dubois, who is an entrepreneur who's going to talk a lot about how he's leveraging this ecosystem that we have been building. I'm excited to be here. Every one of you, I'm going to give you the mic real quick. Let's start by adding to my presentation, but also tell me and tell our audience what is still giving you hope in the development of this ecosystem that we are all building today. Let's start with Christine.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be back at Haiti Tech Summit. I think when you look at what's going on today, our first tech summits, we were in person, and today we're having a full-blown summit virtual. So there is hope. When you look at what we just lived with the pandemic, if anything, disrupted the way we do business. I think there was definitely a positive impact that helped us leap forward, because a lot of people who were very slow to get into technology and transformation had no choice but to adapt. So I think you have to look at everything from a perspective of positivity, and we've been able to adapt to change. I've done more, virtual meetings and all kinds of more technology, use more technology, the phones, everything that we use in our everyday life more and more. So there is no choice but to adapt to that. And I think that shows us, what did we do when we didn't have cell phones? I went to college when there were no cell phones and we didn't have WhatsApp. I wonder how we did. I wonder how we survived and kept in touch. So I think it's very positive. And we do have challenges in Haiti. I'm sure we'll go into that later. But I think there's a very positive ambiance about technology, and Christine is right. We're leading it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Christine. I'm going to pass along to Sandra for a quick intro. But Sandra, bring in, the diaspora perspective on what you're seeing in terms of building ecosystem and connecting with Haiti, and probably leveraging the fact that we are more digital to be more interconnected.
Most definitely. Thank you so much for having me, and congratulations to the Haiti Tech Summit for the 5th annual event. I'm very grateful to be here and to be in great company with Christine, Marc-Alain, Stéphane, and everyone else who's watching us. So thank you for having me. I'm going to piggyback on what Christine started, is that we do have the hope to continue, because especially as Haitians, we tend to adapt so quickly to new situations and we evolve into them. So, gade nou pa gen gaz, nou chèche yon fason, nou pa gen courant, nou chèche yon fason. So there's always going to be an opportunity for us to find a way to make it work. And when it comes to both in the diaspora and entrepreneurs in Haiti, I see the connection is happening much more today than ever before. And so many in the diaspora are requesting products that are directly from Haiti, or services that are directly from Haiti. And that so many are interested in the e-commerce aspect of importing into the United States, or into the diaspora rather, products that are originated from Haiti. And that is a big push nowadays, because our products are of quality, and they are requested a lot in the diaspora.
Thank you, Saria. Thank you. I think there's a lot of opportunities with being online, and we're here to talk about that, actually. Stéphane, why don't you introduce yourself as well, and tell us a little bit what's going on with your startup and how you're leveraging the ecosystem, or maybe the digital world, to continue to grow.
Thank you, Marc-Alain. So my name is Stéphane Dubois, so founder of Automobile as well as EdTech Summit. So just to piggyback on what everyone mentioned earlier. So given the pandemic, given the current situation, I think that more and more people are coming to the realization of tech. And I think that through one of the things we realize is that the only way to stay connected is through text. And I think that more and more people are buying in. And given my experience as well, how can we use tech to solve a problem that is dear to us, but in an efficient way. And through that, during the pandemic, we wanted to start Doc Mobile to provide healthcare services to those in need, virtually as well as in person. But I think that what the drive is to be able to make that impact and to be able to see that what the opportunities are coming, given the situations going on, and what can come out of it, and how can everyone benefit from it. And I think that's the beauty of it, and that's what goes me every day.
Awesome, Stefan. Happy to have you, and we're always going to be happy to continue supporting your work. Patrick Atier, a longtime fighter in the ecosystem. I consider him being the sage, of the group. We were just yesterday having a great conversation on a different show about what the future can be for young people. Patrick, why don't you give us an overview of what you have been doing, what you have going on, but also opening doors for how can the ecosystem be better today? What can we do to continue pushing the fight forward? Have you seen it all on all type of forms and formats? Oh, it's Patrick. If Patrick is having a little bit of connection issue, he can't hear us.
Thank you,
right
Marc
now.
Alain. This is not an easy question to answer. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Patrick.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
You hear me, Christine? You hear me? Okay. Okay, good. Okay. My background very quickly. I studied engineering in France in electronics, and I studied programming in the US, where I did my master's there a century ago, very, very long ago. Then I co-founded a higher education institution here in Haiti called Infotronic. That's basically right now a bachelor program in computer science with a mix of management. As we have had over the years, employers telling us technically they are good, but in terms of management, they are not that good. And those who are studying management, they would tell us the management part is okay, but technically they are not that great. So eventually over time, we kind of merge a program with a core component that includes technology and management, and then a specialization for the last 2 years. So that's basically what we are doing. That's the normal, I would say, the normal academic program. But our obsession is not there. Our obsession, you were talking about leveraging the ecosystem, leveraging technologies. Our obsession is to leapfrog. I know it's easier said than done, but we have noticed in our big wiseness a moment ago that access to all those emerging high-tech technologies, such as artificial intelligence, blockchain, Internet of Things, virtual reality, augmented reality, have been accessible to our students, if not for free, for very cheap. And not only cheap, but also in terms of complexity. We have that much more complicated today to enter those areas than to develop a website, for example, what Haiti has been doing for years. So our obsession to create value, our students tell us we are ready. We don't need a lot of talking. We don't need a lot of philosophy. We really need to get those skills so we can be competitive. So our obsession right now being how to create value for Haiti, how to create wealth, and assuming that this has to go through science and technology. If we look at other countries that are in a very steep curve of development, economic development, we assume that will have to happen somehow through science and technology. So, but science and technology, we have to leapfrog. We've been losing decades in terms of catching up, and we can't be incremental anymore. We believe we have to make big jumps, and those emerging technologies are not inaccessible to us. On the contrary, they are our opportunity. to leapfrog. There are millions of examples today with comparable countries as ours who are doing it. And I don't see no reason why we cannot do it. I'm going to stop there.
Yeah, this is an excellent point, Patrick. And the fact that you talked about how available these technologies can be. Now it's really about how do we turn Haitians towards them and kind of create the culture of learning new things and leapfrogging in every sense of the way, in the way we're living and the way we're consuming, but also in the way we're learning. This said, I want to turn to Stefan. With your experience, Stefan, interacting with the ecosystem and specifically the technical part, the developers or managers, what's difficult for you? Where do you see an opportunity to do things different? You muted.
I think, like Patrick mentioned it, I think it would be great for them to have access to resources, so that they are aware about the new trends and the new way of doing things that are more efficient and more innovative. I think sometimes there can be a lagging into understanding what we want. And I think that's where there's an opportunity to help them and to get them into this habit about continuous learning. And I think we do often have this mentality about focusing on something and trying to master it, but not necessarily trying to add on to that knowledge, or also pivoting to learn new things or see what we're doing, how can we do it better, what's another way to be more efficient. I think instilling this notion about efficiency, but finding different ways, innovative ways to do different things. I think that's where I see an opportunity for them to become better.
Right, Christine. I think I'm listening to Stefan and to Patrick, and I'm telling myself, if we don't get that big support, that bigger framework, which is the government, and we know you have been at the intersection of media and the government, you've seen it going on both ways. If we do not get that bigger priority set by government, we will not be. We'll just be dropped into the water. If let's talk about it, Christine. Where would you see the
I
government?
don't think so, Makane, because I think technology is just leading the way, and you're either gonna get on the bandwagon or not. But people will not stop adopting technology if government. You will just have an unregulated environment, and you may have a slow government of services, but they're slowly catching on. You can now, prepaid meters for your electricity. Hopefully soon you'll be able to access via USSD or via some form of technology to get a balance. But they're slowly having to catch on because they won't be able to connect with the rest of the world if the government doesn't step up. You have institutions that are looking at technology very closely, digital payments. We just saw the law for some digital payments of a framework for digital payments come out this week. The central bank is looking at technology very, very closely. But I think any government that comes next will have no choice but to have technology at the top of their agenda because that's the only way to go and that's the only way for Haiti to leap forward. Because right now we're looking at environments where it's not really a company driven technology. You're looking at customers leading the companies to the transformation. They're asking for it. People want to be able to pay remotely. People want to be able to order online. People want to be able to send something without moving. People want to be able to deliver a package. So you will have no choice but to update transportation systems, to update payment systems, and all kinds of access. There is no other way.
I like your optimism, Christine. It's definitely about leading the way, but I still think that some of these things needs to be considered as extreme priorities if you really want to increase access to internet, if you want to increase access to electricity for more people to be able to be connected to these technologies. But I absolutely agree with you on us leading the way, forcing for what we want by showing what our choices are, what we want to pay for, and what we want to be.
The tech leaders need to push this forward and maybe work with some regulation to get the some legal people to get the regulations up to par, because
Great.
we're lagging on that side as well.
I think so.
Absolutely. Sandra, I want to get to you there. Do you have any lessons, anything you've seen working in your own environment that you would love to see happening in the ecosystem in Haiti?
From my experience, I would say making a seamless transportation system, because I'm in the business of importing goods from Haiti into the United States, and it is not the easiest process. That's a process I would love to see be made, much more seamless, in order to open the market, in order to, keep the economy developing. Because as Christine is saying, and as Stefano was saying, the things that we need to advance, to grow those markets and to grow those e-commerce businesses, is to have those things available. Like, okay, if I'm going to have a business where I'm importing goods from Haiti into the United States, how can that be easier for me? What's being done? What is the method of transportation, the exchange, and things that we could do to make it easier for an entrepreneur to do that? Because the more I can sell outside of the United States, or even within the United States, the better it is for the economy back home. Because at the end of the day, personally, with my business, or one of my businesses, is putting people to work in Haiti, giving them an opportunity. So the more I can, the more I can sell outside of the United States, the more I can transport here into the United States, the better it would end up being for the folks that we put to work in Haiti. And with the, having a good seamless system that can work for us that way, it'll just make it better. Same with the technology, same with the infrastructure. So we need all of these things to work together to make the road seamless for us.
This is great. This is great. And we hope to see some government investment happening there too, Christine. But also it's open door for access for a lot of entrepreneurs who can be creative in way they can do. We've seen the transportation business converted with all these small companies coming up and helping with shipping, not just the big box. And we're seeing innovation is happening. It's just that it's not supported enough in a way for it to go fast. Stefan, I know tomorrow you will be at Dev Expo. You will be presenting your application. You will be in touch with a lot of developers and investors and all type of people. What are your expectations? What are you hoping to see?
I think I want to see more networking, more collaboration. I think oftentimes we think that because we're working on different projects, different things, we can't necessarily collaborate. And I think that is also an opportunity to learn about how we're solving certain problems. What's the approach? And I think these are some of the things that can be shared and that can open the path to innovation, to efficiency, and which will, again, like Central was saying, hopefully provide for a seamless way of doing things. I think that's the hope.
Thank you. Christine, can I jump back to you right now and talk a little bit about what the future of the ecosystem is looking like? What are you seeing? What are your hopes for the future?
I think we live in a very traditional society where you hear everybody every day say, we've always done it this way. But I think we're slowly getting out of that mindset, Marc-Alain, where people have no choice. Again, I repeat, when I look at the way I used to purchase travel when I was in college, I would get to school in August after the summer and reserve my tickets for the year at a travel agency. I would do layaway, and every time I got paid, I would go make a payment, and they would issue a paper ticket when I've completed the payment. Okay. We're looking at very different travel experience right now. I don't know when I last used a travel agency. You go online, you book your tickets, You have an app on your phone. It reminds you that you need to check in and that you need to grade your hotel. So it's just gonna happen industry by industry, whether we want it or not. There is no choice. There is no other way, because it's just changing all over the world. And to stay connected to the rest of the world, we will have no choice but to adapt. Digital payments are going to come to Haiti and will become mainstream. We will move away from cash. But they're very in-depth traditions that we've had. If you send money in a digital wallet, we still have very little regulation around those things. They are very limited wallets. The transactions are still very limited, but you will have no choice. I'm glad to see that Haiti is already thinking about Bitcoin, the Haitian currency, bit currency. So there's so much happening that we will catch on, and that's the only way for Haiti to do the leap forward that we need to catch up to the rest of the world. And the technology is there. And I'm glad you guys are building the skills with things like Dev Expo. You need to communicate more about that, because you target your public is specifically for such activities, but you really need to take it to more traditional media and more traditional persons in Haiti so they understand the transformation. A lot of people, when they see dev, they think it's something for techs and it's not for them. But they need to understand what the impact will be on their lives, what kind of products these people can develop for their companies. So you really need to sell it a different way so that people who are not the techies
would get it.
Okay. I absolutely agree with you, Christine, and that is exactly why we opened Dev
can
Expo to
change as
more.
well, things like
Sorry.
Exactly. No,
This
go
is the
ahead.
reason why we open it up to this year. We're expecting 1,200 people at Caribe, and that's why we open it up, because we want more people to see these developers. But we're also expecting 500 developers. It's going to be a nice fiesta, and I think you're absolutely right on how we're going to be catching up. That's why I want to turn to Sandra. It's probably going to be our final remarks as well. Sandra, you've been big on sharing stories of Haitian businesses. What kind of stories are you hoping to share in the future? Or what kind of stories do you want to be able to share in the future?
That's a good question. But I'd say like from past stories we've shared, and what we'd like to share in the future is to see how that businesses or entrepreneurs in our community can work together, because that's one of the best things that we can do when we do come together and work and collaborate together, because there's something that I may need to do out there that someone else have already done, and we can collaborate in making that faster and making it better and making it greater and making it accessible to much more people. And to also go back on what Christine was saying, is that making the technologies available for us to do what we need to do to advance and to grow as entrepreneurs, as businesses. Perhaps showing the incentives of how much money are being lost when we don't have those things available. Maybe if we keep throwing that in their faces, they would then realize, okay, we need to make sure that we have these available, because from the standpoint of government, education, businesses, any aspect of a human living life, we need those technologies to be available. But the stories and all I would like to see is to have more of the entrepreneurs in our community work together and provide more businesses and develop more businesses that can also affect Haiti in a positive way economically, because Haiti needs us more than ever before. Today, more than ever before, we need to find ways to, as much as we can, have businesses that are contributing to the development of the economic system in Haiti. We need to do that. So thank you so much for having me.
So that we hope we will be able to work and create this type of stories for you. Stefan, we're going to end with you. Why don't you tell us what's next for Mobile? What are your hopes? I know you've been in Haiti and in the diaspora. I know you're hoping to be able to be in Haiti full time and fulfill your dreams? What are your hopes?
I think the hope is to continue to educate our target audience on the benefit of technology and how it can make their lives better. I think traditionally we've been reluctant, so moving forward, I think we're doing a different approach, and we're going towards having them understand the benefit, having them understand what the service is and how it can make their life easier, so that we can get more buy-in and slowly get more people to be less reluctant to adopt technology. And I think with this mindset and this perspective, then I think we'll have more buy-in and people joining that ecosystem.
That is beautiful. Guys, it was a great panel, great discussion. I think we lost Patrick somewhere into the conversation, but we applaud his work and what he's been doing to help pushing the backbone. And I like to say the backbone of the ecosystem is developers. They are the one who are creating that future for us. Unfortunately, Patrick, time is up. We're about to close the panel. Maybe if you have one final word, one message that you would want your step into Haiti's Tech Summit be, maybe you can grab 1 quick minute to make that point before we do the final closing. You're muted.
Yes, Marc-Alain, you kept me in the backstage for the whole time.
Oh, I wasn't the regie this time, but it wasn't me.
There is so much to say. I know you guys don't have much time anymore. I think we have to work on many fronts, and Christine mentioned the governance. I think one of the key aspect of bringing the politics with us is showing them the political return of investing in science and technology. If they don't think they're going to be elected by investing in that, I don't think they will care. They will always tell you it's great, you have to do it, it's important, but in terms of actions, they won't put the means in terms of decisions and resources to really do it. Now, if this happens, great. If this does not happen, we have to do it from the bottom, meaning us. And I think we need at least a Haitian, on the Haitian ground, success story of a tech business that has made tens of millions of dollars from Haiti. I think we need to do that. And today it's not easy to do because we're in competition with people who are coming from Stanford. We discussed that yesterday. Those big companies, those GAFA, etc., they come from university. They were created in the university infrastructure. So as long as our ecosystem doesn't upscale itself, and we are part also of having to do that, and doesn't envision being a little bit more audacious, if I can say, saying, yeah, I can do artificial intelligence as well as Chinese, Indians, even maybe Europeans and Americans. Why not? If I work hard enough, I can do blockchain, I can do Internet of Things. Why not? We have seen that. You have seen that, Marc-Alain, on your side. This is possible. It's still a small embryo of people doing it, but it's possible to do it. And I think this is where we can create value now. And we have to be ready for that. Even professional education has to go into high added value stuff. And we're not talking about master degrees or PhDs. We're talking about professional training. Even those online work platforms, they are very competitive. You're competing with people who have been doing it for decades, who are super good, and you have to be as good as them. So we still have work to do, I think, to reach this level. And also to appropriate to ourselves those high tech, what we consider today high tech, which are less and less high tech, actually, even though they are buzzwords, they are in reality less and less high tech, but we still consider them high tech. I'm going to stop that before you scream at me.
It was really great having each one of you contributing in your own ways in the advancement of what technology can bring to Haiti. And if anyone knows me, you know that my passion is that the economy could transform because of technology. And I really am very proud of the work each one of you are doing. I also want to congratulate Christine for achieving another edition of her Tech Summit and for being able to scale around the world based on her story in Haiti. So we have a responsibility at Bunge, at AZ, at Doc Mobile, with Sandra and Christine, to be successful, because that is what is going to keep the story of Haiti up there and make it an inspiration in the whole world. So those of you who are in Haiti, I'm looking forward to seeing you at Dev Expo tomorrow to celebrate with the developers. Let's go back to Christine now for the rest of the program for today. Thank you all for participating.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. And just, echoing, what Mark just said, that, you guys are the ones building the ecosystem. You guys are making it happen. So without your success, it's almost like Haiti Tech Summit didn't have a community to rally. So thank you so much. Shout out to Bunge. I know, Mark, I know you're stressing. Tomorrow is a big event, so I appreciate you coming on and moderating this conversation as always. You've been through so much with me already these past couple of years. And Christine, done too. So I appreciate your love and support. Sandra, of course, another pleasure always working with you. You always amplify other stories.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Merci en pile, everyone.
Bye-bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. The panel on the role of tech and business ecosystem builders, what's next, and for Haiti's Tech Hub. And I love how Mark, closed the conversation about the fact that, the success of Haiti Tech Summit is also the success of other people in the ecosystem building and scaling and doing all of this phenomenal work in the ecosystem. It's a testament to the vision, the hope that we have for people to see the potential in the country. With that said, give you guys another throwback clip and the experience of Haiti Tech Summit. I know everyone's having nostalgia. We are in our 5th year, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give you guys a memo into that experience.
Why Haiti Tech Summit? Now, the reason why we want the Haiti Tech Summit is for several reasons. First and foremost, we want to not only catapult Haiti forward through innovation, tech, and entrepreneurship, but Haiti is not just the first Black republic. We know Haiti can actually transform itself and be a new global case study for what happens when we get the right influences in the room to transform a nation.
Bienvenue en Haïti. Welcome to Haiti. Welcome to Haiti.
A startup ecosystem has different stakeholders. First, the people, the investors, the entrepreneurs, the influencers, all of you in the room, right? And of course, the institutions, the universities, the government, the corporations. And they come together to build a bedrock in an environment to foster entrepreneurs, startups, and SMEs.
The first winner is Lamia Macron.
Now the reason why that is so crucial, as you know, when you think about Google and how it transformed the internet, or Uber, how it transformed transportation, Airbnb, startups and SMEs actually transform an ecosystem. They are literally the bedrock of a government, of a country, of an entire economy. And so when we came together for this tech summit, we thought, who are the influencers we need to connect with to bring them together to kick off Haiti and make it a new model of innovation? That's the reason if you see the bios and profiles of the people who are here today, they each have a contribution. But also you have a contribution as well. Because like I said, the people is also the bedrock for the environment for a startup or an SME to actually excel. So you're part of that conversation.
Summit 2018. This is the second year. As you guys are aware, this is a 13-year initiative. So we're doing this every single year till 2030. So this is a long haul. So welcome to the family. Now, why are we doing Haiti Tech Summit? Do you guys know why you're here? We're going to catapult Haiti to the forward, right? We're going to change how people see Haiti, right? Can we do it? Can we do it, guys? All right. Now, Haiti Tech Summit was founded on the premise that Haiti can truly be a place of tech and innovation. This year, we highly localized the agenda to showcase the fact that it's not only internationals coming in to make this an international hub. We need to make sure that the local experts are being seen as well. So we have a lot of very amazing local partners, local speakers, local experts who are doing amazing things. Shout out to the local partners who made this a reality, from the media team, our sponsors, our speakers. The showcase, we have it here too. Our vendors, everyone who is local here. You probably have heard this before. Last year, we had over 83 million social media impressions, right? And that really changed how people saw Haiti in those images. We're going to do it again. Welcome, guys. Thank you so much.
All right, welcome back. I know you guys are excited. That was, a brief break with some throwback memories from previous Haiti Tech Summit editions. I already saw the chat feed engaging with some of those memories. For those of you who've been a part of it in person, I know you have a nostalgia for when post-pandemic we could be back together again in person. But here we are, keeping the consistency, keeping our commitment. 5 years into the making, Haiti Tech Summit 5th Annual Edition. Now moving on to our next panel of today's discussion. I'm so excited for this panel for global tech influencers and the role of diversity in tech hubs around the world. We're going to be joined by two very influential speakers. First and foremost, we're going to have Janine Zell, CEO of National Society of Black Engineers. She is an amazing individual. I follow her for years. So I'm so excited to welcome her as a speaker to this edition. And of course, Daniel De Ruyter Williams, co-founder of Venture with Purpose, will also be joining us. So two very dynamic ladies are going to be joining us on the panel. So let's get the 30-second countdown so we can welcome them on the session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to our dynamic speakers for this panel edition. I'm going to give a warm welcome to Daniel DeRuta Williams. Welcome to Haiti Tech Summit. And of course, a warm welcome to Janine Uzeli. Welcome to Haiti Tech Summit. And I'll start by, I always love to give speakers the opportunity to introduce themselves and introduce how they step into this world. We already know the work that you do. We read your bios, we shared it with the community. You guys are dynamic. We know this. But can you just introduce yourself and share your light onto this community? I'll start with Danielle, and then we'll pass it over to the amazing Janine right after.
Great. Hi. So wonderful to be here. Thank you for having me. My name is Danielle DeRuta Williams. I am based in New Orleans, Louisiana. It's real hot down here right now. I come to this work of change making, specifically with an intention of improving, racial equity and diversity inclusion from my lived experiences. I grew up in Western Michigan as the daughter of a white mother and a Black father, and so I had to really navigate the complexity of identity and how our identities really shape our experiences because of larger structural histories and inequities over time. And so that lived experience of navigating my identity and recognizing that the world was treating my dad very differently than it was treating my mom is kind of where I ground that work. And then myself moving into predominantly white institutions and organizations. And so I saw an opportunity to really try and change organizations as a strategy to transforming our world, because organizations are really just microcosms of all the history of oppression and extraction and inequity that we've just seen globally as well. And so, that's how I come to this work. And thank you again for having me.
So well received, Danielle. Janine, welcome.
Hey.
Can you introduce yourself as well?
Sure. Hi, Danielle. Hi, Christine. Hi, everyone that's joining. My name is Janine Uzel. It's just a little change in how you say it. Uzel. And I am currently the CEO for the National Society of Black Engineers, also known as NSBE. And I come to this work after, a more than 30-year career in technology. My background is in mechanical engineering, and then even more specifically in healthcare products and solutions, even more specifically having been a part of teams that reverse engineered ultrasound. So I spent quite a bit of time living abroad and taking products into the emerging market. I spent, I guess, the longest period of time as an expat in Africa. And I would say what I'm most motivated about and often, frustrated and trying to use my passion for good would be the gap that I see in terms of equity in technology and the impact that it has on other people. And for me, other is anyone that looks like us, right? Because we are just as talented, just as brilliant, have just as much in terms of creativity, and are graduating a double-digit, almost 24+% volume of Black people, not Black and brown, that number is even higher, Black people in the tech space. And yet still only are about 9% of the workforce are still being left out of the rooms for patents and design ideas and equitable design as it relates to AI and other areas of technology. And this isn't just like a rainy day and a bad technology experience for us as end users. That shouldn't be even considered. When technology doesn't land right for Black people, it usually ends in some sort of disaster, death, digital redlining, just the lack of access to a greater life, which I think we'll talk about. And so that's why I do this work. I like to say that I use my keyboard for good. I like to say that is where I push the revolution, and equity in tech is everything to me. And I'm really honored to meet you, Danielle, and look forward to staying in touch. And I just want to say thank you, Christine, for having me.
Oh, it's honestly a pleasure. And just hearing how you guys show up in this world. That's the reason why we always ask speakers to introduce themselves, because it's not just about the titles and the companies and the institutions you represent. It's how did you get there? And so just following up on this, I'll start with you, Janine, actually. You said something that was really beautifully said, like, how you use your keyboard for good, right? And your tenured experience in the tech space. Part of the reason why we invited each of you to Haiti Tech Summit is because we're building the tech ecosystem of Haiti. And we usually do that by inspiring people with what's happening locally on the ground, but also Black professionals who are just disrupting across America and around the world. With that said, can you share with us with what you're currently working on? What challenges have you faced? What excites you about it? And pretty much, where do you see it going? Because I think right now we're in a very unique time during this pandemic to really reflect on the work that we do and how we do it moving forward. Would love to hear your thoughts, Janine.
Sure. Well, NSBE has been around for 47 years. So I was actually a member of NSBE class of a long time ago when I was in university and served as a regional chair and was a part of the student leadership. But the organization itself is a powerhouse in terms of its ability to grow what I like to call it a continuum of tech. So from kids and our summer engineering programs and being able to host thousands this summer. We had over 4,000 students, even remotely, to be able to teach them how to build and to solve and to think with the mind of a technologist. I believe strongly that, to me, engineering or computer science or any kind of a STEM degree is kind of like your general studies degree now. The way you used to kind of study, get a degree in general studies, I think like technology should be that, because it's so critical to the way that you grow and build into anything else you choose to do in your life, whether it's law or any other profession. And at NSBE, we are a catalyst in that talent pool. Over 14,000 students are a member of our community. And then beyond, the folks that have come through NSBE that are now leading universities and heads of companies and organizations are the reason why we're here today. Beyond being a talent pool and a resource, creating programs, supporting students financially in the 600 plus chapters that we have in NSBE, and being a part of what I like to call the Black tech movement by ensuring that we are an influencer in the space of technology is so important. So that's kind of what I'm doing now. But you also asked me like something that excites me. And while all of the work at NSBE excites me, I would be remiss if I didn't mention in my former role when I was COO at Wikipedia, how I had an opportunity to meet and get to know and see the work of the Haitian community of Wikipedia. And they are proof positive that the value of various cultures and stories being told on a platform like Wikipedia are necessary in changing the perspective and the paradigm of our people. The community, which is not big, of Haitians that write for Wikipedia are writing in local language. They are telling stories that are on the ground and happening in Haiti from a perspective that can't be captured from any other community. It just speaks to why it's so important to have stories told by the people that are from those communities, to have technology designed and thought through by communities that are diverse. This is the way we build better technology. This is the way we build technology that is safe and inclusive. And it's the reason why I chose to come and do the work of NSBE. I loved working at Wiki. I think it's a powerful, powerful tool, but I wanted to be able to bring exposure to the work of Black people specifically. And so those are the things I'm working on. That's what excites me. And I think I'll pause there.
I'm going to come back to your statement about your experience, especially when you connect tech with narrative, because I think that's a big one. In this generation, we're very, very focus on really controlling the narrative and sharing complex and more diverse narratives around how we're leveraging technology. Danielle, over to you. Similar question, the fact that, the work that you do is so inspiring and it's hard work, really, really hard work. So we'd love to hear where you see it going, how you see people can get involved, and how people can learn from your journey. I think we need more amplifiers learning from people who are already paving the path.
Yeah. Thanks for that question. You know, it's interesting. I think about, so I spent about 10 years in the Bay Area, in Oakland, California, and certainly experienced firsthand the impacts of a tech hub, right? And particularly the impacts of creating a tech hub where the larger structural implications of that hub are not considered either quickly enough or holistically enough, or with people at most risk of being impacted by that influx of, you know, of wealth, by the influx of people to that area, kind of at the table, right? And so when we kind of apply this lens of, you know, structural equity to, you know, when we concentrate innovators in one area, when we concentrate capital into a place or a space, like, what's the ripple effect to that? And how do we ensure that that ripple effect doesn't perpetuate already existing inequities? And so a lot of the work that, you know, that I've approached with partners in tech, with elected officials in the geographic regions where technology is like a central industry, it's how do we mitigate for those unintended consequences? How do we make sure that we don't create this kind of separate and unequal economic system where you have, you know, Black folks who have been, I'll use Oakland as an example, in Oakland for a century, right? Who can't afford to live there anymore because of the increase in the price of housing, because if you're not in tech, your ability to get a good paying job is potentially limited. And then we have a situation where we have an influx of Black folks who are working at tech companies who are making really good money. And so you have this almost bifurcated economic system that's also racialized as well. And then what are the social implications of that, right? Like, how can we ensure that we create that connectivity across class amongst, you know, Black folks in our cities, in our urban areas, while simultaneously trying to like bridge that socioeconomic gap, right? And so that's like where a lot of my work has been situated, is like, what are the policies, what are the practices, how can organizations, how can companies really shift the way that they do business to recognize that they are not on an island. Well, I mean, in Haiti, they're on an island, but they're not on an island, right? They are part of an ecosystem, and they have to be good contributors to that ecosystem. And so when I think about what's next and what's necessary, right, when it comes to really investing in the growth of tech and anywhere in the world, but especially in places like Haiti and other places that have had that history of colonization and extraction, to me, I don't want to have conversations about equity anymore that don't center reparations as like a core aspect of how companies can and should be doing business. And that can look a variety of different ways depending on what sector or even what product a company is, you know, producing. I'll give you like a concrete example, and then I'll be quiet again. One of my partners that I worked with, their name is Big Health. They are a mental health company. They have a product that supports folks who have insomnia and anxiety. They have an app. And throughout their process of really trying to practice greater company equity, really trying to understand what the definition of it is for them, they recognize that they have a responsibility and an opportunity to become a mental health equity company, not just a mental health company, right? And so for them, that means, how do we target our product to ensure that folks who experience higher rates of insomnia, Black and brown folks, historically and presently, folks who experience more situational conditions that produce anxiety, right? Black and brown folks, LGBTQ folks, other folks that are marginalized, have access to products and services that help them address those issues, right? How can they actually use their product as a conduit to improve outcomes and conditions for groups that are systemically marginalized, right? And so, but it took like them looking within to see, oh, where are the opportunities here for us to serve our ecosystem, right? And contribute to this larger global challenge that we have of folks kind of experiencing these things as a result of, structural oppression.
Yeah, and part of the reason why I invited you guys to really just have this conversation is because a lot of times when we look at our emerging markets, so Haiti, we made a joke about Haiti being on the island, but when we think about Haiti, Haiti is its own community, its own world, its own experience. And when I think about the challenges of technology within the Black community in the United States, probably the center of quote unquote innovation in the world, where the products that we use every day on a global scale originated from the United States, and the role that Black professionals played in that technology. I tend to tell people in the Haitian diaspora and people in Haiti that if we're going to build a tech ecosystem, we need to look at not only the current mainstream players like the Googles, the Facebook, and the people behind those entities, but also the women who are spearheading and leading change. And so I'll pass it back to you, Janine, because I've followed your career for a while, and I know you talked about being the CEO of NSB, but you've done plenty prior to that. I would love to hear your leadership and your journey, because I do feel like Haiti also has its own series of powerful women in tech and business that are leading the way in the country. And it's always amazing to see people who look like us. I see the Sankofa symbol in the back, so you're about it, I can tell. I just want to hear from you, not just your journey, but just your energy into how you went about, making the life decisions you made to be in the position, the role that you're in today.
Well, I have to tell you, I think that it is God's miracle that I'm where I am right now, because everywhere I went, folks were telling me I couldn't be what I was studying or planning to be. Apart from anyone that was related to me, and then finally going to an HBCU, no one in my educational trend had actually encouraged or supported what I wanted to study. And I'm an engineer today because one of my older cousins was 2 years into his collegiate career when I went to college, and he, encouraged me to be an engineer. So that's kind of what I did. But I do think that if it hadn't been for having a strong family and a strong community around me, I would not have been able to land where I am now. Being at A&T, I went to North Carolina A&T, and being around people that looked like me, and also that had the same struggle as me in terms of like how are we going to pay for school and how are we going to make it in this world, was also another way that I was truly encouraged. And seeing people that look like you in this space make it so much more, one, relevant and possible for you to know that you can do it. And two, Danielle, similar to what you said, it frustrates the heck out of you because you see the challenge, you see the problem, and you're like, how can we be a part of solving it? So when I left A&T, I did go to MBA school and, spent more than 16 years at GE, where I had some of the most incredible training that you could ever get. A great multinational that taught me business operations, P&L exposure. This is so important, Christine, for Black women. It is so, and Danielle is agreeing, right? You cannot make decisions if you are not owning the budget. When you own the budget, then you could say, because it said so. And there's some bravery that comes with that too, because I will admit to you, as a Black woman that owned the budget, I was also a little nervous. Like, if I do this, I'm going to be like, but we know our stuff. When we own the budget and we're in the room, it changes things. And GE gave me an opportunity to be in the room, to own a budget, and then to become a global leader, which matched who I was wanting to become as a global citizen. Being able to lead a product and do so much work across the continent itself was a game-changing way for me to both, elevate my career and then create a fiscal climate for myself that, I may not have been able to reach so swiftly. And so what I say to Black women are, one, every naysayer and every person that says that what you can't be or what you shouldn't be or what you might be trying a little bit too hard to be, you've got to be able to to nullify those voices and dull them out with a community and a tribe that supports and sponsors you. That's why I like a tribe like NSBE so important. You need to be surrounded by thousands of people that look like you, that are literally doing the thing that one person is telling you can't. Being able to take a role in an organization, whether you do that through a nonprofit, a VC startup, a multinational, where you can have an international experience, is a game changer. Learning the way of business globally will change your perspective and your ability to approach business solutions. And then when you have an opportunity to run or be responsible for a budget, the same way Danielle talked about, like being able to influence like reparations and all, when you own a budget, you can have an influence on who you hire and who you promote. And being able to just hire Black talent it's not even the beginning of the process. Getting us in the door, we're walking right out the back door, because when we get there, we have no voice. We're not being promoted. We don't get to do big work. We're stuck in the corner and doing these things that seem a bit trivial and meaningless for the level of skill that we have. And so we have to change that. And Black women have the ability to do that. We just have to continue to advocate for one another and put us out there. It's my mentorship, the people that have mentored me and the experiences that I've had. It's only now that I'm realizing that they're so uniquely different than many others. I didn't realize that one until now. And I'm just trying to create that opportunity for others as well.
And with that said, I think, Danielle, in hearing her experience, and she said something very powerful about, like sometimes even making this decision is not only just owning the budget, but also like it's very hard to be brave sometimes in technology. And I think that's something that I think we don't talk too much about. We talk a lot about what Black people should be doing to empower people of color across the Caribbean, across the United States, across Africa. But there is sacrifice. There's pain associated with, leveraging technology to drive our people forward. And I wanted to hear for you, in terms of like on this call, we have a lot of people who are inspired by the work that you two do, right? How do you tell someone who's building an ecosystem in Haiti, keep going? Even if they're pointing at you, keep going. It's worth the fight in the long run.
Yeah. The fact of the matter is that a lot of times when we talk about, the ways in which we've had barriers, members of the diaspora have had a multitude of barriers to having our needs at the front of the line, to being able to thrive, let alone, survive, right? What we don't often get to talk about and explore is like the tremendous assets and strengths and skills, and like, I hate to use the word grit because I think it gets a bit overused, but like the resilience of Black people of the diaspora is so incredible. And really central to that resilience is the recognition that we are a part of a collective whole, and that, as you just mentioned, Janine, in your comments about like you have a whole bunch of people in support, right? You have an entire community of folks who are behind you. You have your ancestors who are pushing you, right, energetically to keep going. And also, one thing that I think is really important, and that I also think really sets Black folks apart globally, culturally, is a part of having experienced what we have as a people. We have a deep sense of empathy. And empathy, knowing, feeling with people, right? Being able to situate yourselves inside of experiences that are not yours, but still being able to understand what that's like, right? That empathy it can drive the efficacy of your technology, right? You can come up with better solutions because you can more deeply understand the impacts of things on other people. And that's a tremendous skill. And that's a skill that's really hard to teach, right? That's a skill that you grow via your upbringing, your experiences, but it's also something that I truly believe is transmitted culturally through generations, right? And so I would say, like, if you're thinking about what, you know, like, how do I remain resilient? How do I keep at this really hard challenge? I would say leaning into those values of empathy, of compassion, of community, of resilience, of a long track record of still making it do what it do, even with the least, right? Like, all of that are things that are unique, especially all together at once. And when we're talking about the efficacy and impact of tech in the world, that uniqueness, right? That kind of special sauce, for lack of a better word, you can't buy that, right? Colonial powers can't buy that. That is something that is inherent in us. And so how can we actually consider that as a core part of the way that we do tech differently? Actually, you know, I'll have clients that are like, oh, when we're setting standards for hiring and diversity, what should our quotas be or whatever? And I'm like, they're like, should we look at our peers? I'm like, no, you absolutely should not look at your peers. Everyone's doing terrible, right? One better way to think about it is, what is our community going to be like in 20 years? You could set standards based on that. What is the future, right? But like, Black Afrofuturism is just often how we all view the world anyways. And so like, that in and of itself is a superior strategy towards creating products, towards making innovations, towards, you know, creating solutions, right? Those are some of the things that are coming up for me.
Danielle, I'm sorry, you said something that was so powerful. You were like, colonial powers cannot do this. And it's so powerful, because when we think about the resiliency, Christine, you're asking us what we can tell them. Shonda Rhimes uses this term called the FOD, the first, the only, and the different, right? And many of us are that, maybe first generation graduates, the only ones in our family doing that. You know, we're very different in every place that we go. And there is a bravery that comes along with that. And some of it is not going to be as showy as you might want it to be on social media. It's not going to be the glam that you're seeing in these folks' feeds, the stuff that I believe Danielle and I have gone through in our career. These aren't postable moments. To get here, this has required so much humility, so much endurance, and so much resiliency. And then finally, you're seeing the work of it. But what Danielle said there is powerful. No matter what, colonial powers can't create it. That Haitian community that is building what they're building now, with the tech community, whatever they're building, whatever multiple streams they're working on, the Haitian community and Wikipedia, no one can build what they're building, because they speak the language, they're on the ground, they know the stories, and they know the need. And that is for all of us in this tech world. We're all we've got, folks.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, and we've got to band together. And it takes platforms like this, and like where Danielle is, and Nesby and others, to be able to lift those causes and to bring visibility to them, shine a light on them so that people know they exist, so that we can help them get to the next level.
No, and it's so powerful that you jumped in on that, because you're right. I like that you brought Shonda Rhimes, because she's so powerful when it comes to narrative framing. I mean, the FOD, the first, the only, and the different. And I think, you know, when I kicked off Haiti Tech Summit, it was just so different. Haiti and tech in the same sentence. People were just so intrigued by that. They didn't care how it was going to work. They wanted to witness that, right? And I think a lot of us, you know, in that space of always being the first, the only, and the different, there's a lot of ingenuity that takes place. And I know we're coming to a close here, but I just like to end by asking each of you, when you think about the work that you do and the positions of power that you're in right now, today, what is one thing that you wish that you told yourself that you wish that you had, so that way someone else who's going through the same path that you're in right now can learn from that? So I'll start with Danielle, and then I'll end with Janine. So Danielle, we'd love to hear your thoughts on this final question.
I'm pretty good at this, but there have been a few moments in time where I wish I had trust your intuition. I would say, and specifically as women, and specifically as Black women, your intuition is your body, your energy telling you something that your mind might not pick up on. And so really just trust that intuition, and allow yourself to trust trust that wisdom that is really deeply embedded into your cells. That's what I would say.
Well received.
Plus one to that, and I would definitely tell myself to I would have made a bet on myself earlier in the game, because it turns out tons of folks were betting on me and believing I could get things done that I never believed I could. I wish that I had the confidence. I wish I had not let the world take away my confidence, because it took me years to get it back. And I probably would have taken a bet on myself sooner, because folks were believing in me. And so take a bet on yourself. And then probably just in a little bit of humor, I wish that I had told myself then that glasses would end up being a cool thing, because I thought I was such a nerd because I had to wear glasses when I was a kid. Turns out glasses work out really well for you in the future, and they come back in fashion and in style. So who knew? But take a bet on yourself, because you'll be surprised how many people are believing in you, and they're just waiting for you to put that same trust in yourself.
And I think that, this is a perfect way to end, because, those two remarks, trusting your intuition and taking a bet on yourself is powerful, because obviously people say the typical, learn from people who've come before you, or, the typical advice, follow your passion. But there's certain feedback that you could give someone that they usually just ignore because it doesn't seem rational. And when you're trying to serve a higher purpose, you can't really lead with your mind. You got to lead with your heart. And I appreciate both of you joining us on this panel for Haiti Tech Summit and sharing your vision, sharing the work that you do, and also sharing both the glory and the challenges. Because with anything where there's high reward, where you're doing such great, phenomenal work, there's always going to be challenges on the bottom line of it. And so I thank you. I salute both of you. You ladies are amazing. It was an honor to welcome you to Haiti Tech Summit 2021. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christine. Danielle, it was a pleasure to serve with you, and thanks for having me, and wishing you a great rest of the summit, Christine.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. All right, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Our panel on global tech influencers and the role of diversity in tech around the world. And I was really excited to have this because, as you guys know, Haiti Tech Summit has not only welcomed Haitian influencers, diaspora influencers from across Haiti's ecosystem, but also friends of Haiti and influencers in the tech space that are disrupting around the world. And I thought that it would be great to hear from their thought leadership, especially considering that we have NSBE, the National Society of Black Engineers Society. It's one to really think about, the purpose behind the work that we do. And with us being in our 5th year as an organization, I can't stress enough how much I'm inspired by the work that other people are doing to build tech talent and to build communities through technology. And that's the work that we do here at Haiti Tech Summit, which is building community technology. With that said, we're going to continue on. I know we're almost at the finishing mark here at Haiti Tech Summit, but of course, there's still more experiences for you to experience. So let's get the next clip of nostalgia on the screen.
Haiti is life. Opportunity. Commitment. Convict.
Innovation.
Haiti's wholesome.
Special.
Phenomenal. Inspirational. Colorful.
Powerful. What is your theme? That theme drives you. That theme moves you.
1, 2, yes! They're gonna hold it up. 1, 2, yes! And you're gonna go right through. And then you celebrate!
Haiti is
life.
Opportunity.
Commitment.
Commitment.
Innovation.
Haiti's wholesome.
Special.
Phenomenal. Inspirational. Colorful.
Powerful.
Wonderful.
Beautiful.
Awesome. I would say that Haiti is Creole because it's a mixture of so many different things.
Haiti is dynamic.
Haiti is vibrant.
Haiti is the future.
Haiti is innovation.
Haiti is inspiration.
Haiti is passion. Haiti is power.
Haiti is spice.
Haiti is beauty. Haiti is opportunity.
Haiti is revolutionary.
Haiti is potential.
Haiti is full of potential.
Haiti is resilient. Haiti is resilience.
Haiti is strength. Haiti is dynamic.
Haiti is soulful.
Haiti is electrifying.
Haiti is love. Haiti is love.
Haiti is
caliber of people that we have here in Haiti is extremely amazing, and the reaction both from young entrepreneurs and leaders in Haiti, the president was here yesterday, is fantastic.
If you want to change the world, you can build in Haiti or design for Haitians, because Haitians have some of the most acute issues that we talk about in the tech field, right? We talk about connectivity problems, we talk about access issues, other issues, things like that. And this is great grounds to get an understanding of how we can make things more safer for folks and how we can understand how women can get opportunities, and then we can spread that across the world.
Shine the spotlight that brings people together and gives them the ability to conversate and talk about and understand the culture as well. You know, I've been sitting around talking to people, Haitian people for the last couple of days to understand a bit about them and understand a bit about their culture as well. So yeah, it's a great way to just bring people together and shine a spotlight on a great country as well.
Amazing to see so many people come together in Haiti to figure out what the next step is in terms of getting Haiti on the road to be a more techy ecosystem and successful at it too.
There you have it. I know we are coming to the final mark here at Haiti Tech Summit 2021, and I want to make sure that the team has been sharing clips of different experiences throughout the past 5 years. It truly has been a journey. And I want to, again, come back to the original theme of this year. What's next? Galvanizing the Diaspora for a new Haiti. I think for the past 5 years, we've done so much work around inspiring, gathering, accelerating, amplifying, and doing the work in many different ways. And keep in mind, Haiti Tech Summit amplifies the work of other innovators in the space and really just shining a light consistently every single year on the work that occurs within the country and for the country. And I wanted to transition to share 3 major announcements that we are spearheading here at Haiti Tech Summit, because as a platform that enables and inspires and amplifies, we put in the work, right, of, really launching and conducting initiatives that really inspire and really support the community. And one thing that I'm extremely excited to announce, we have 3 major announcements of this year's Haiti Tech Summit edition. And the first one that I'm so pleased to share with all of you is that we're introducing Haiti's Tourism Career Accelerator Program in partnership with the IDB Lab, which over the past 2 years, you can imagine this pandemic has really changed tourism. And many people could say it's for the worse, maybe we could say it's for the better. But the reality is how we travel, how we connect physically has fundamentally shifted, right? And I think the fact that we are hosting this summit virtually, I would say, I've been seeing this ahead of time. And, that's why I said that, Haiti Tech Summit will happen no matter what, whether it's in person or virtual, because we're now, this conversation around the meta universe and how to really transform how we connect as human beings across different time zones. But one thing specifically to the Caribbean, specifically to Haiti, is the influence of the tourism industry. And there's no industry that requires an overhaul and requires more innovators to contribute to than tourism, because it is probably the central foundation of changing the narrative of any country. Is what people see when they arrive, how people engage where they're in country. And Haiti Tech Summit has brought thousands of diaspora and friends of Haiti and internationals into the country every single year. Our summit supports so many different vendors and partners and initiators across the country every single year. And fundamentally, when people come, they leave an impression of Haiti that wasn't expected, because I think the people who bring people to Haiti many times don't give the full narrative. And people have challenged me and said, like, I'm not doing enough to share the challenges and the setbacks and the issues that Haiti has. And they give me a laundry list of all the issues that the country have. To be honest with you, I think we have mainstream media doing a good job trying to show the challenges and issues within the country. I'm on the other side of it, where I'm trying to show the innovation, the people, the culture, the spirit, the energy, the positive aspects of the country, our food, our music, our products, our people. That's the side I want to share. And so I'm so incredibly grateful to announce that we are partnering with IDB for the Tourism Career Accelerator Program. It's a multi-year initiative. For 3 years, we'll be empowering the ecosystem. Of course, this initiative is across the Caribbean, but you heard it here first. I'm so pleased to announce that this is going to be a big pillar that we're going to be supporting. And I welcome many of you to, email us at the Haiti Tech Summit team and let us know how you want to contribute, because there will be formal invitations, roundtables that will be sent out to stakeholders across the country and across the diaspora regarding this initiative. So I'm seeing some engagement in the chat. Thank you so much. Again, this is something that we know when it comes to technology, we're bringing tech to tourism, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm looking forward to working and announcing the rest of the partners that are supporting this initiative, from CFI to the Marriott to Access Haiti to Dagmar. I mean, so many different players that are a part of this initiative, and that I am so grateful for their contributions and their support and how they're making this initiative a reality. The second initiative I'm so pleased to announce and share with you all, and this is something that we've been working on since last year. It's really, again, bringing tech to talent development, because as a platform trying to inspire initiating change in Haiti through technology, there's no better way to do that than to upskill the talent of the country. I'm so excited to hear the work that people are doing with inspiring entrepreneurs across the country, whether it's the Startup Grind Initiative, Facebook Bunch Initiative. There's so many activities, but we know that the workforce of the future of society is going to need talented young people who know how to leverage technology. Last year, we were able to initiate the first career accelerator in the country with 200 Haitian citizens who not only were able to do this program accelerator, get remote internships with, and a huge shout out to these companies, 20 institutions, both in Haiti and within the diaspora, who were able to hire these individuals for remote internships. And I want to stress that, to invest in someone, an individual, you won't see the gratitude, you won't see the power of that on day one. It's going to be years in the making, and we're going to see the outcome of the investment you put in people, their talent, their skills, and their growth. And I can't share enough my gratitude to the partners who made that first edition possible. And in addition to the partners that you just saw on the screen, I also want to give a shout out to the 100 people. Yes, the 100 people who actually donated capital to this initiative as well, because we did do a GoFundMe. We reached out to the community within Haiti Tech, and within a week, we were able to raise our goal of getting support so we could give stipends to many of these women. So when we say about stipends, some of them don't have access to Wi-Fi. Some of them don't have access to the tools and resources they would need to even get a job. Because when you think about it, you need experience to get experience. And what do I mean by that? You need to get a job in order to get other job experiences. And a lot of people don't have suits, Wi-Fi, resources, pens, like the basic needs. They might have the talent in here and in here, but if you don't have the tools to really capitalize on that talent, it really sets you back. And I want to say a huge thank you to those 100 donations that came in to support this initiative last year. They will be not only followed up with updates on what has happened, but also we will be publicly sharing the names of those influencers who supported this mission. Of course, when we do another community raise for the next edition of the Haiti Career Accelerator, we want to start with those first 100 that really put their time and their money and their support back in this initiative. And because I know that there's so much promise in Haiti, and I think a lot of people promise a good game and say that, hey, I'm launching an initiative, and you don't hear from them. We have been at it with Haiti Tech Summit for over 5 years, ladies and gentlemen, and we've been bringing the ecosystem together despite the challenges. And for the Haiti Career Accelerator program specifically, I think I could talk about it all day. I could bring the partners back on. I know many of them were a part of the Haiti Tech Summit 2020 edition, where we had speakers and company partners speak on different panels to share their vision and what they've done to support the mission. But I think there's no better way than to give you a window into the experience. So just take a look at this clip about what the first Career Accelerator program looked like last year. Next week, we're going to talk all about remote work and how to actually leverage tools, skill sets, and the right mindset to build a remote work career.
The words that you choose to use are the paint. Sometimes all you have to do is just start. But I'm here to encourage you that owning your own story, your whole story, that is how you will create competitive advantage.
Let me break the news to you. You don't need university to succeed. Now, 80% nan nou bezwen. But 0% pas nécessairement besoin gen yon degré universitaire.
I really encourage you to have that discipline to set up what themes are important for me to read on every week, and make sure you do it. You don't have to write a book. But consistency matters. Don't go into any interview not being prepared to answer. What did you do with yourself during the pandemic?
Social media vini and social media changé toute dynamique ça avec concept ça, because social media give you that opportunity to get direct feedback, real-time feedback from your listeners as a media personality.
So another thing is to increase online presence through social media, becoming more digitalized, becoming a virtual hub for career decisions, assistance, content, and resources, and to collaborate with more companies as well. We're always looking to collaborate with more companies, try new things, and innovate, and bring more and better services to Haitian economy.
So the most important thing is, if you see here, is your photo. Some of you have photos that look like you're on Facebook. Do not do that on LinkedIn. If you can't take a professional photo, get on the white background, go in front of your wall, and take a headshot as if it's a passport photo. Make sure it's professional.
Et c'est une bonne façon de faire networking. Ça veut dire, on dit, OK, sourire, tu n'as pas fait rien. Pas vrai, ou bon petit temps. Ou chercher un travail, ou pas faire un travail, mais qui s'en fait? Ou approcher la compagnie, on dit, est-ce que je peux faire volontariat? Mais 1 heure de temps, 2 heures de temps par semaine, moi, je veux faire volontariat. Ou pas, j'aime connaître sur qui ça va déboucher.
One of the things that I tell my clients when I coach them is to keep a repository. It could be a notebook, it could be a Word document or a Google Drive document where you write down everything that you accomplished. Because one thing that happens to us, guys, is that we forget our accomplishments. We remember our failures.
We live in a world now, everything is being evaluated. Usually people will Google your name before they even entertain an interview, right?
But make sure you know your worth, okay? Make sure you connais combien compte. Pas jamais by range. Moi-même, si on me dit entre 500 et 700, la 500.
The opportunity that we have now is not only opportunities to make money, but opportunities to help other people make money. Leaders are not only people that can lead. Leaders are people that can know the vision, that can inspire the vision. We're living in a world where we're always looking for leaders that can be informed.
it is a case of like everything that's a very powerful resource and powerful tool. It can be used in an extreme negative direction, or it can be used in an extreme positive direction. It's important for us to like try to inculcate ourselves from the negative and focus on the positive, right? And use platforms like these to help you focus on those positive things in general.
If you want to learn photography, go learn photography and go find a way to get that photography certificate if you want, But either way, like, information is free on the internet. You can learn everything on your own now. So don't limit yourself to what they tell you.
Never think you know it all. Even if you have a PhD in something, somebody else can always teach you something. So always have your ears open, always pay attention to what people are saying, and try to learn from them. Because you can always learn from people.
Faut cultiver authenticité la côté que l'aime dit m'a font bagay m ka fait. L'aime dit m'a bay résultat. Parfois plutôt travail plus pour ba un résultat que pour juste flasher sur internet seulement. Parce que pile moun a posté sur internet par contre qu'est-ce qu'a dit vérité, qu'est-ce qu'a dit menti. Il a fini par kembe ou. Donc pas adopter un comportement sur internet là parce qu'on veut un monde.
There's a lot of companies that are just going completely virtual, online sales, online programming, everything, which means you need to really know how to build a remote career, which means career professionalism is not just going to be what you can do in person, but what you could do online. So for example, virtual etiquette, when you come online, are you presentable? Are you, a lot of times people, when they go online, they're wearing t-shirts or their house clothing. No, you got to treat it like you're still going to work and really make sure that your lighting is good, your connection is good, right? All these things are very, very important that when it comes to presenting yourself in a remote world environment.
So I just wanted to give you guys a window into the program last scan. Again, it was truly inspiring to work with all these different Haitian professionals from across the country, 200 selected from across the country, and then the partner companies. I mean, it really was amazing to have their participation. And, many times when it comes to, building a platform like this, it really requires the support and the energy of the community to do so. And so the final thing that I would like to share and announce to the community is that we're introducing the Diaspora Mobilization Policy for Haiti. This is perhaps something that I've spent the past couple of months working with, especially seeing the direction that the country is doing. I feel like there's so much power in really galvanizing the diaspora towards a new Haiti and really initiating a new vision for how we can really engage. I've shared with you guys before that, the majority of many of the programs that take place in driving that traffic into Haiti has been our connection to the diaspora. Our database is huge. Our ecosystem is really huge. And just being able to tap into what that looks like for the diaspora has been really, really inspiring. This is a multi-year initiative. We'll be announcing the stakeholders that will be participating for this initiative, but you're going to be very excited to see who's involved. And of course, we are going to kick off with a series of roundtable discussions where we're going to be inviting different stakeholders to hear their vision, their contribution, their work, because we want to spotlight organizations that's already galvanizing the diaspora. We're going to be bringing influencers, people who already been doing the work. Because a lot of times I feel like at Haiti Tech Summit, I don't like to hear when people say like, yo, this doesn't happen in Haiti or Haiti doesn't have this. I think we stand on the shoulders of giants. There's a lot of people who've done work. It's how do we integrate it all together and be a part of the solution. So I'm looking forward to engaging with stakeholders about this mission and taking this to the next step, because when I think about what the role of the diaspora around the world and what they do, I've seen the power of diaspora, and I think we could channel that into Haiti in many unique ways. So I want to say a warm thank you to all of our partners who are making this accessible, making this possible for the community. With that said, I do want to do another round of thank yous and some final remarks before we conclude. I know we're going to have one of our exhibitors give brief 1-minute remarks here to engage with you all, because this is, like I said, a very powerful opportunity for us to really share the vision and what we see next with Haiti. And so I'll kick it off by give you guys another quick clip from obviously one of the few who supported the initiative, and then introduce one of our exhibitors to just, come on and just share a little bit about his company before we close out the experience with all of you today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I love to give a brief introduction to one of our key partners. As you guys know, this year's edition is free to the public. We have, we gave him a shout out earlier as one of our VIPs supporting this initiative, but he's also one of our exhibitors. And so we would love to just give him a minute to share about the work that he's doing. We have with us here today, founder and COO, Jean Ronnie Bordelin is on the call with us. And I would love to pass it over to you to give your introduction. Thank you again for supporting Haiti Tech Summit this year.
I mean, I actually love this initiatives. I'm actually following you on LinkedIn, which is very, very inspiring. So Doc Palm, what is Doc Palm? Doc Palm is actually a platform that is, linked healthcare provider with patients or anybody who's looking for health care. So Doc Palm is something that is actually, we actually use the concept of Amazon with and then we blend it with Uber. So we've been launched in July, and then it's been a great, amazing opportunity because we have actually now about like 8,000 members, so in about like 400 healthcare providers. So it is actually a great opportunity for us, and then being able to bring something that's going to help Haiti. It's something that is very close to my heart. So again, thank you for having me on this platform, which is, I really appreciate the fact that Haiti Tech Summit is something that I've been watching, and I'm actually proud of this. So thank you again for having me.
So plaisir. Thank you so much for being a part of it and supporting. And I appreciate that you follow us and you follow me and the work that we do. And again, this is amazing. Of course, the community will be hearing about this next week when we do the email blast to hear more about the work that you do, and they will hopefully connect with you offline. And merci en pile. I really appreciate your contribution.
Merci, définitivement. Merci en pile.
Okay, d'accord, merci.
Merci.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Again, I am just beyond grateful for another year. It's not easy. It's definitely not easy doing this work at Haiti Tech Summit. Sometimes I look back and I think about, the journey to this moment for the past 5 years, the work that we've done. It has been very difficult, ladies and gentlemen. I can't stress enough how difficult it has been to launch this initiative, to do the work that we do across Haiti and across the diaspora. But one thing that I am proud about is that being able to tell people, I don't do this work with Haiti Tech Summit because it's easy. I never did from the very beginning. I do it because I believe. I really do. And people have said I'm naive, I'm stupid, I don't understand. But I think the best things that we have in life is really our spirit. And once you destroy that, what else is there to live for? And I think I really hope that in the 5 years that we have launched Haiti Tech Summit, in the 5 years that we have done this work, no matter who you are and the work that you do, that you continue to move forward, even if it's by an inch, even if it's by a centimeter, even if it's by a mile, just move forward. I think it's something to say that in the past 5 years, when I think about the speakers every single year that contribute to this organization, the partners who support this mission, look at the stats. It's not about the numbers. It's about this is an ecosystem that's being built. And this is an ecosystem that always existed that we're bringing to light. And I always tell people every single year, and I said this during last year's summit, every time I think things might get easier, it actually got harder. Right? You have, people who have different opinions as to how to really scale this initiative. You have, people who I think the panel for the diaspora panel, I really loved how they said that, people who want to determine what is needed in the country. I'm on the other side of it where I am completely immersed in just now really seeing how the ecosystem demands of us, which is why we announced these 3 initiatives. 1, to support tourism, bringing tech to tourism in Haiti. 2, bringing tech talent in the country and inspiring and training the young talent of the country. And finally, to really tap into the diaspora and launching the Haiti's first diaspora mobilization policy and instituting roundtables and community dialogues around what we could do to bring Haiti forward. I think this work takes decades, and I think we stand again on the shoulders of people who've done it before. There's so much work that needs to be done. There's so much that is up to move forward. And I want to thank all the lead partners this year that made this possible. We could not host Haiti Tech Summit 2021 without you. And again, I want to go back to the mere fact that, Haiti Tech Summit 2021, 5th annual edition, we're still here. We will always be 2 major things. We will always be a community. We will always be consistent. If there's anything that you could depend on Haiti Tech Summit, every single year, one way or another, we will bring influencers, we will bring stakeholders, we will bring people together and move this country forward one way or another. I do believe in this country. I'm Haitian American. I'm Haitian. I've always been proud. And as someone who's doing my part, the only thing I could do is continue forward and keep the promise and the commitment that I made to my home country 5 years ago and keep going. So with that, I want to say a huge thank you to every single person, friend, family, peer, partner, sponsor, speaker, visionary, influencer, participant for being a part of this. I could not have done it without you. We at GSC could not have done it without you. The members of the Haiti Tech family, Tech Summit family who've been a part of this for the past couple of years, we could not have done it without you. Thank you so much. And we look forward to seeing you next year. One thing we will be back again next year. So that's not the question. Now, how do we join next year? Whether it's virtually, in the metaverse, in person, we'll find out. But the reality is, I think at this point, 5 years and running, you don't have to ask whether Haiti Tech Summit is back. We will always be here by God's grace. Thank you so much to everyone involved. It's such a pleasure and an honor. Look forward to seeing you again next year. A huge love and support. My name is Christina Tim, the founder of Haiti Tech Summit, and it's an honor and a pleasure to be with all of you here again today for the 2021 5th annual edition to Haiti Tech Summit. Bye-bye, everyone.